Yeah, everyone.
And there's no feedback.
Everyone should mute their computers.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then are we ready to let in the public?
Yeah.
Okay.
You just have to have the backup audio on these 5 computers.
Ready?
Yes.
All right.
All right. Welcome everyone to the June 6th monthly meeting of the Multimodal Transportation Commission. My name is Nick Kuzmiak. I'm the current chair, and we're going to get started with our 5 o'clock study session. So I'm still waiting for my agenda to load, but Dave, you could probably.
Yeah, well, you wait for your agenda to load. I'll go over the housekeeping items. So thanks, Commissioner Kuzniak, and good evening, everyone. This meeting is being recorded and broadcast on the city's YouTube channel and cable channel 25. Please remember to mute yourself during the meeting when you are not speaking, if you are participating remotely. The chat function for this public meeting is disabled. All chats will go directly to staff. Unless you are participating during the meeting, please turn your video off. This allows the active meeting participants to be seen on the screen. You will still be able to hear the meeting. And when you are participating, please turn your video on. If you have any trouble, you can send us a chat. The city reserves the right to mute people or turn individual videos off to minimize distractions during the meeting. And so if it's all right with you, we'll have Christina do the roll. Well, I guess we don't need to do the roll because no one's online. So we see who is here. So we'll just go ahead and if it's all right with you, go into the study session.
All right. Do we need to do introductions first? Probably not a bad idea. So since we have 2 brand new members, welcome. Let's go around the horn if we can, and let's just do maybe, like a minute or 2 for each person to kind of say who they are, maybe what neighborhood you live in, how long you've been on MMTC, and what your kind of major interest is in transportation. That sound good? So Pat, we'll start with you.
Great. I'm Pat Collette, and I've been on the MMTC for a year and a half. I live in the Pioneer Ridge neighborhood, which is basically at 6th and Schwartz, just off from 6th Street. I'm a cyclist, and so that's my primary interest, but I also worked and retired from the KU Transportation Research Center. And so a lot of interest in public transit, pedestrian and bikes, but personally, mostly a cyclist. So,
great. Okay, I'm Laura Bennett, and I live over on Stone Meadow, so I live near Castle and Bob Billings, and I'm a physical therapist, and I have just a interest in mobility issues and transit in general. But I think everything bicycle safety is a real interest of mine. And I'm just really looking forward to participating and learning more.
Certainly glad to have you on.
Thank you.
So, welcome.
I'm Erin Payton, and I have been on the MMTC since its start, so almost 6 years. And I live over behind the Stone Bison off of Clinton Parkway. And my interest in transportation and transportation planning started when I was in graduate school for urban planning. I was really there for land use and interested in habitat preservation, but it kind of got me into transportation. And then moving to Boulder, Colorado got me more into it. Coming back made me want to work on bicycle and pedestrian issues.
My name is Nick Kuzmiak. I'm the current chair of the MMTC. I live in East Lawrence, but that's pretty recent. I used to live in Pinckney neighborhoods is still kind of core. See, I've been on here for 3 or 4 years now, probably 4 because I've been chair twice now. So my main interest, I would say, is kind of broad. It's the nexus of transportation and land use policy. I find it's pretty fascinating how those two intersect and how they control kind of every aspect of our lives, it seems. So I'm always looking for those links. Yeah.
I'm Damon Baltuska. I've been on MMTC since just October last year. I live in the Pinckney neighborhood over by the hospital. And yeah, my interest in transportation kind of sprouted with biking to work. I work downtown, so I've been biking to work primarily for the past 3+ years. And that's how I got into all this.
My name is Douglas Redding. I lived here almost all of my life in Lawrence, Kansas. I live in the southeast Lawrence, close between 19th and 23rd off Haskell. And my primary interests are making sure that every type of person is able to easily traverse Lawrence as a whole, particularly the younger ones who don't drive and the older ones who shouldn't drive, which someday I'm going to be in that club, and I'd like to be able to get across town and get groceries. Thank you.
You don't need to.
My name is Will Sharp. This is my first meeting with the MMTC. I live near the Barker neighborhood, 18th and Vermont. And my primary interests are biking and pedestrian infrastructure, as well as accessibility.
And then Commissioner Bryan.
My name is Charlie Bryan, and I've been on MMTC since it was started. And my interest started, I think, when I was assigned to do some work around transportation planning at the at the health department. And initially, I was a representative of the health department here until our commission decided to just appoint everyone at large. So I've been just citizen at large since then.
I think that's everybody, unless somebody's joined online, but I think that's it, right? Okay. Well, in that case, let's go on with the study session topic for today, which actually ties into some of our agenda items as well, possibly. And that is a discussion on how to process citizen traffic requests. And that's pretty broad. So Dave, I don't know if you got a preamble you wanted to go into first.
No, but I'll just kind of like walk through my memo if I can. And if there's any questions or comments as I go along, just feel free to chime in. But I know at our last meeting, we kind of talked about, or the last couple of meetings, when we were talking about how we got requests through the non-motorized prioritization program and the call for projects. And then occasionally we get questions or requests from neighborhoods on projects and how we handle those. So I think the answer is we handle them a little different depending on what the request is. And I'll kind of walk through these. I kind of put them into different buckets or categories. I can maybe go through a little bit about the history on some of them. So the first one is traffic control requests. When you think about traffic control, it's the main things are stop signs, yield signs, speed limits, regulatory signage, warning signage. The majority of the requests we get from the community are stop or yield signs. So historically, those sorts of requests went through the Traffic Safety Commission before the Multi-Modal Transportation Commission 2017. And after we created the Transportation Commission, we started handling those requests administratively. And so when we get a request to look at installing a stop sign, we will, there's pretty clear guidance in the Manual of Uniform Traffic Control Devices, which is the overarching document and federal guidelines and regulations on traffic control. So we follow the warrants in there and then make an engineering judgment and decision and follow up with the person that requested the traffic control device. So I think that's been working pretty well as we've done it administratively, not going through the board as we did years ago. The next category is no parking requests. So we get a lot of no parking requests. Those are also handled administratively. Sometimes we get phone calls, some go through by email. But what we do on that, when we made some changes to the city code a few years ago to make these administratively, these two used to be reviewed by the Traffic Safety Commission on a case-by-case basis. So we would send out a notification, have a discussion here, and that took up a lot of time, and there was really, quite frankly, a lot of it was unnecessary. So we've been handling these as well administratively for the past 4 years, 3 to 4 years. So I listed a few bullets there of where it's illegal to park, whether there's a signage or not. So in front of a public or private driveway, 15 feet within a fire hydrant, 20 feet within a crosswalk, or 30 feet within a signal, stop sign, yield sign, or traffic control signal. So although not all of those are marked, that's the by law, whether it's marked or not, those are the requirements for no parking as far as distance from those different devices. If we were to get continual issues with someone not parking or someone parking too close to a fire hydrant, for instance, sometimes we go out and put up signage. But we try to avoid putting up signage for all of these locations because it would be a lot of signs. But overall, those are a few of the existing regulations in the traffic ordinance for no parking. But we also get a lot of no parking, particularly in neighborhoods where we have streets of different widths. So what we do for those sorts of requests is I've put a list there of some different situations. So streets that are less than 20 feet in width could have no parking on both sides of the street, 20 to 30, no parking on one side, and roadways that are over 30 feet are wide enough to have parking on both sides. So it's not uncommon to have, a residential street, which is our standard residential streets, 27 feet back to back or 26. So it would meet the requirement or the guidelines to have no parking on one side, but a lot of neighborhoods don't need that regulation. So unless there's a problem, most often there's parking on both sides of the street unless there's a problem. And then we would, if there was a request to review that, we would look at the width of the roadway, as well too as some, there may be some situational things we look at as well, but primarily it's based off the width of the roadway. So the other ordinance is adjacent to school property. If it were to interfere or create a hazard to traffic, so there's with school circulation patterns, there may be a need to have no parking on streets adjacent to schools where cars are queuing up or standing. So that kind of ties into the final bullet point there of if there's an instance where parking of vehicles would create a hazardous condition or cause delay to traffic. So that can be something that may be a special circumstance that it would not be common, but there may be an instance where we need to make a judgment for the safety of traffic to implement no parking. So to go a little further into that, if we were to believe that the no parking, to have a new restriction on no parking, we would follow the procedures where we would notify the requester. We send out mailers to those that are impacted let them know of our decision that our administrative decision, provide 30 days to make comments. And then before we do make a final determination, we would take in to account the correspondence. So it could be a situation where just as an example, maybe one time someone, there's parking on both sides of the street for some sort of event that was just a one-off. And so there might be some situational details that we don't know about that we do take in those comments into effect before we make a final decision. But so that is kind of the way that we process no parking requests. That, again, as I mentioned, was a frequent request that the Traffic Safety Commission reviewed. And I think, in my opinion as well, it's been, handling those sorts of requests administratively has freed up at least this board from having to get into the weeds on some of those requests. So any questions on no parking?
I actually do have a question. Just gonna get started here. So could you walk us through maybe an example of how this would go? And I guess the other question is for you to provide an example. Are there any cases where a citizen request might be a yes parking thing, where they do want parking on a street because maybe they think it'll slow down cars or something? I've come across that, but it's been unofficial, so I don't know if that's ever made it as far as MSO.
Yeah, I wouldn't. I think we probably had one, but the majority are removing parking.
And is it over concerns over sight lines, or I guess what's the rationale usually given to a no parking request?
It depends, but really just that there's not enough room for two-way traffic on a street. Some streets, there's concerns about emergency vehicles being able to get through, particularly if you have parking on both sides of a street continuously for a long stretch. So those are the most common situations.
Sorry, for the emergency one, then does the citizen have to make a request when they perceive that there could be an issue with emergencies that doesn't come from first responders or MSO? It's just like, oops, we forgot that there was parking on two sides of the street, but this is an emergency corridor. So like, for example, 4th Street in Pinckney is designated, I think, some sort of designation as an ambulance corridor because it's right by the hospital. So in that case, you can't do roundabouts there, right? At least that's what I've been told. I'm not sure if that's true. But if there were to be parking at both sides of the street there, could that constitute an issue under what bullet 3, where there would be like a hazard to free and clear access? I guess what I'm trying to ask is there some sort of automated way that staff already knows where there are problems with emergency vehicle access, or do we have to wait until the citizen raises a concern?
Yeah, good question. There have been instances where first responders have brought up the issue to staff that weren't initiated by the citizens, where if they were responding and couldn't get through, or there was a concern, that we proceeded with reviewing the situation. So I wouldn't say we have a list of known areas, but if one were to come up, it doesn't have to be a citizen request to be reviewed. So that has occurred in the past.
Sounds good. I think that's all I need to know for that one. Does anybody else have any questions on either the parking one or sorry, what's the first one that we went over? The signal traffic control request. Are there any other questions on this?
Commissioner Bryan, I just wanted to know generally what's the number of requests that you're receiving? Is it like a dozen a year or 30 a year?
Probably a dozen or more.
No parking is maybe 2 or 3 a month.
Okay.
And the stop and yield sign is maybe more like 1 a month.
Thank you.
That brings up a good point. Should we be introducing ourselves every time we speak? Is there anybody who, yeah, I guess there are people online, so we should probably be introducing ourselves before we speak, right? I don't know. What are the rules anymore?
I think it's fine not to.
Okay,
but
maybe just if anybody online is having trouble figuring out who's talking, if you could maybe send a message to Dave or Christina, who is ever monitoring the chat, and we can start introducing ourselves. But if not, let's just do this more streamlined. So, okay. Anybody else have questions before we go on to the third or fourth part here?
I have just a quick question, and I think it kind of applies to all of them perhaps, but just in terms of where citizens lodge those complaints, is that, I've looked at the website, but I haven't looked at it recently to know if that's a clear spot, or do people typically call your office, or how does the community know how to contact to make
Yeah.
those requests?
It could be a call or email or through Lawrence Listens
Okay.
or somewhere online. So any number of ways, but we probably get about equal as many emails as we do phone calls.
Okay, thanks.
I've got one question.
Mhm.
What's the rationale behind an intersection with no signage, no stop sign or yield sign? I think there's one in my mind near the hospital in Pinckney. And it always strikes me as odd that there's no sign at that intersection.
Well, the treatment would be to yield. If there's no signage, it's yield. Both approaches would yield. So unless there was a reason based on a crash history or a reason that one street should be stopped and one should be through, that there's probably a few of those in town where there's no signage on either approach. So if there was a safety reason, bad visibility, we would look into seeing if it was appropriate to put in stop signs.
Thank you.
But it would be yield for both directions with no signage by ordinance.
Okay. So we're going to school area traffic control and signal coordination, and whoever's left.
Sure. So signal coordination, I know we don't talk a lot about signal coordination with this board, but we do frequently get requests on signal coordination. We've been doing some proactive review of our signal timing. Started that a couple years ago. Worked on 6th Street, 23rd Street in Iowa last year. So we're looking at the flow of traffic to optimize traffic flow, and also looking at pedestrian crossing times to make sure that they meet regulations. So those have been updated last year on those corridors. This year we're looking at 9th Street, 19th Street, 2nd Street, and 15th Street. So we have a consultant on board that is helping us do that. We're looking, so for this year, for all those corridors, looking at every signal on those different streets to look at timing plans and coordination. So I don't, even as we optimize signal coordination, we're going to continue to get feedback on coordination, whether we've shortened sometimes on some side roads on these major streets to keep traffic flowing on the main line. And so there may be more delay depending on where you're at or what time of day, but we are trying to be a little more proactive and adaptive with schedules too. So there could be events that we're looking into event timing. We are different times of day, weekday, weekend, so different timings where we can try to optimize traffic, particularly on our arterial streets. And really want to optimize traffic on our arterial streets to get traffic off of our collectors and residential streets. School area traffic control. So we have that school area traffic control policy, and for the newer commissioners on the board, we just updated that last year. When we're looking at school area traffic control, and that's a link to the policy there on the memo, but school zones, school speed zones, school crossings, and adult crossing guards. So the process for those requests, we receive those. Those are filtered through the city engineering department. And then we review any requests or, if we were looking at making a change, we would review that with the school site council and the school district before we made any change. So we have as part of the Safe Routes to School plan, we have a Safe Routes to School working group that includes city staff, planning staff, the health department, and the school district to review requests that we get for school area traffic control. Any questions on that? Okay. So pedestrian and bicycle projects, that's something that we talk a lot about with this board. So really try to focus on getting a lot of the requests and feedback through the planning processes that we do. So there I mentioned the Lawrence Bikeways plan, the Lawrence pedestrian plan that is in the process of getting finalized, and the Safe Routes to School plan. So those plans we look at every 5 years and update those plans. And those plans really steer us on prioritizing projects and implementation of those projects. And that's, kind of what we've used to prioritize our non-motorized projects. So that's later on the agenda for the next 5 years, but we, use the feedback through those planning processes to help start to prioritize the many bicycle and pedestrian improvements that the community wants to see. So the list is very long, and we're continuing to try to make progress in that area. But, as if we were doing a standalone street reconstruction project, we would still point to those plans and look to make, to incorporate those improvements into, a street reconstruction project. So, and then the last grouping that I have is so traffic enforcement and traffic calming. So that is something we received the most requests for in the community. It's mainly speeding is the frequent contributor. So we have set up the traffic safety concern webpage that's linked there in the memo. That was created with the neighborhood traffic management program. And so the goal behind that was to start to have a record of requests, the location, the type of request, and we're going to be talking about the program later tonight. But I really wanted to start, looking at a different hotspot areas where we could do some targeted enforcement or targeted evaluation prior to just going out and putting in traffic calming or speed humps. So before we had the neighborhood traffic management program, we had a traffic calming program that we just looked at everything in isolation. And so we're trying to be a little more thoughtful and on how we spend our funds and try to target some of the enforcement where we get the most frequent requests. So those requests are tracked on that webpage. I think on that final link there to the regular agenda item that Dustin has later, there's a map of all the locations. It's on page 4, and let me see if I can share my screen. It might be easier. Here. All right, so this is what we see on our end of the requests we get. So as you can see, there's a lot spread throughout the community. These are split into the different type of concerns. You got speeding, failure to yield, reckless driving, illegal turning, red light, stop sign running, failure to yield, speeding in a school zone, or other. And other can mean a lot of things for a lot of reasons. But as you can see, it's really, looking at the map here at the distribution, it's really across the community. But we have, through that neighborhood traffic management program, kind of used this in some areas to do some enforcement. And I would also say here on the next table, Dustin had included the total number. So in the last 2 years, about 600 different requests we get received through that web link. And those, we do not respond to every one of those. There's a note on that webpage that we don't. We just we can't. But there are some that we do. We get follow-up emails and we respond. If we were to go out and put in one of the speed feedback trailers, there's some of these that have generated enough concern where we've gone out and gotten data or put up speed feedback trailers. So we sometimes follow up on some of these, but not all. But this is kind of, just to start recording all of the requests that we get. So there's a lot there, but that's the other major bucket of different type of requests that we get. So I know we've had some, as I mentioned earlier, some discussion about, is there something else that we're missing that we, want to have, get feedback from the community on neighborhood projects or any other sorts of projects. So we're just wanted to give everyone kind of an overview of the way we handle these different type of requests and get your feedback and any other feedback from the community on the way we address these and ways that we can get better. So that is all that I have.
So I realized I probably could have opened this better with kind of bringing up a history of how we got to this study session and why we're talking about it at all, especially for the new folks. But I think it'd be good for everybody and for myself to make sure I understand how we're here, right? So kind of two events kind of led to this. So the first one was back in, I want to say 2019. MSO and MMTC received a letter from the East Lawrence Neighborhood Association with a laundry list of traffic concerns that they had and potential small projects that they had. And there really wasn't a way to kind of handle it. It's like, all right, those seem like valid concerns. We didn't really know what to do about it. So unfortunately, we let it slide. And it was only recently that we kind of remembered that this letter existed in the first place. So I thought, well, that might be a shortcoming somewhere in our system. I don't know how or where. The second item that transpired was that, let's see if I can remember where we got here. So when we went over the non-motorized projects prioritization plan, NMPPP, there was the revision from the previous version to this version, among other changes, was that there had previously been a citizen call for projects, much like there is with the city's own capital improvement plan, to which NMPPP rolls up into. But there had previously been this kind of separated call for projects. And what ended up happening is that the vast majority of projects that were submitted were either already on the list, they were significantly lower in the prioritization based on the index that we've kind of come up with over the years, or they didn't fit into any bucket at all. They were just too unusual, or, for example, adding a street sweeper to the city's fleet to better maintain bike lanes so it's safer for cyclists. That does fall under pedestrian and bike planning, but not the way we set up our program, right? So there was this sort of other competing concern for how do we deal with these oddball projects and requests that come up that are probably valid, but we don't know how to process them. When we just discussed the upcoming changes to NMPPP last month, there's a couple of ideas that we tossed around, and we're going to talk about this more later during a main agenda item. But I had sort of brought up a frustration, I think, that there's no convenient way for people to come and kind of air their concerns like there used to be with the Traffic Safety Commission. And Dave had suggested, well, there is this neighborhood traffic management plan that already takes care of traffic concerns on more of a system scale. It could be a fit. It's funded. And it's sort of at the scale that we're looking at. So I thought, I think it's time to discuss this and figure out how can we take what sort of worked in the past and what we're currently doing and make a better process for citizens to engage with us, which is part of Lawrence's strategic plan overall. That being said, I guess now that we've had a chance to review all the various requests that could come in, I'm kind of, my impression is that a lot of these are sort of automated already. That if there's a request that comes in, it either gets covered under the manual of uniform traffic control devices, under the thresholds that we already have for the no parking requests, the school area traffic control policy, signal coordination request, that's kind of its own thing, but still. And then there's the pedestrian and bicycle improvements, which are kind of odd. So that's, I think, where there were some hangups on the revisions to the NMPPP is that, well, now this avenue is closed, right? So for projects that are greater than 100,000 upfront, then that actually can fit in perfectly fine to the city's own capital improvement plan. But for anything under that, kind of small cap projects, as you could call them, that was previously what people would bring to us for the non-motorized program. And now there's not really a place for that anymore. But like I said, it makes sense because a lot of them were either redundant or kind of irrelevant, as staff had spent a lot of time to try to figure out. So I guess what I'm trying to figure out is how can we capture these and how can we not take up tons of staff time in reviewing every single thing that comes in? Anyway, that's where we're at. Obviously didn't plan out that statement very well. So if anybody has any thoughts on or questions on how we got to this point, we can discuss that, but I think. I guess here's the main question just to kind of spur discussion here. Do we think that there is enough opportunity for citizens to raise concerns about traffic in their own neighborhood?
I have a question. I think I heard that things that are submitted to the traffic safety concerns webpage are not, there's not a response to each of those. Do you have any sense of what percentage receive zero response? Like, is it half the time?
Majority. Over 90% of the traffic on the traffic concerns website. Yeah.
Okay.
And those, I failed to mention that, but those go to police and to engineering. So both get those because, you know, if it's speeding on a street, it's sometimes they'll call engineering and then we email back, you know, before we had that, we'd get a call or an email, then we forward it to police if it's, you know, more of an enforcement issue. But this, you know, the websites to help us document and track and find the hotspots, as I mentioned, but on there, there's a note that we do not respond to each one individually.
That seems concerning. I mean, if this was set up to provide a way for the community to respond to their concerns and it's not being essentially listened to, then I would wonder why we even have it. Unless it's part of some research project that'll be reviewed later, but it just seems like it's not in a practical place. So it feels like the community isn't able to use it to get any staff response. So then they're going to either feel like no one's hearing them or they're going to find another way to reach out. So it does seem like we need to do something differently than that.
So is the I guess lack of response due to just lack of staff bandwidth essentially, that there's just far too many requests for staff to go through?
Yeah, I mean, you said there's 600 over 2 years.
Mm-hmm.
So it would take a lot of staff time to follow up. And generally, you know, it's more than one follow up. It's, you know, obviously we understand there's concern and we're empathetic to that concern, but there's only so much we can do, only so many resources that we have, particularly for on these speeding requests. And, you know, PD does do enforcement when they can with staff resources that they have. And through our neighborhood traffic management program last year, we had set aside some money for targeted enforcement where we paid the police some overtime to work extra hours to hit some of these areas that we received where we felt that we had the most need for it. So there's a lot, and there are ones that we get calls on as well that are not on the reporting tool, but we try to point everyone to it so that we have, we've documented the concern.
So in that process, I mean, you say you don't respond, but is there some way that that's analyzed in terms of identifying hotspots? And, so if you have 10 requests come in for kind of the general area, is it analyzed in that way and used to target action, or is it it's coming in and it's not being processed in any way?
Yeah, well, it's staff meets engineering and police department occasionally to review those.
Okay.
And so that's the way we worked under the program last year with a targeted enforcement and an evaluation. So there are some that we've responded to. We've had a few concerns about speeding and speed. So we've went out and put it in speed feedback trailers and gotten some data. So some of those we've responded to, but that's the way that we've been operating under it the last couple of years.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So that map corresponds to the request, right?
Mhm.
Correct.
So would it be possible? I mean, I'm just spitballing here. Like, obviously, staff is strapped for time, but we also want citizens to make sure we're heard. So we're kind of at an impasse. Like, how do we make this work? Would there be a way to graphically show that to people who are making a request and say, navigate to the intersection that you are, and then it'll show things that might already be there, and they can maybe click through some icons and say, oh, stop sign. Well, somebody's already asked that. I'll just check my name now for that one. So instead of having 600 individual IDs, you instead have maybe 100 that some have hundreds of votes and some might have one, just, some oddball who's like, well, it's a weird stop sign, but then maybe there's a truly problematic stop sign. And then you can maybe better make a heat map. I don't know if that allows for that kind of functionality or if that's okay to put in the public realm, but I wonder if that could help automate, at least reduce the number of responses that are individually new.
Well, the interactive map, I don't know if we would be able to publish that. It's got, we ask for information, name and phone number from people. But
that just be scrubbed from the publicly visible data and just be metadata for the city alone. It's possible. I mean, for example, in like the Douglas County property search, there's like the regular one that the public can see, and then there's the fancy one that realtors can see that has a whole bunch of extra information. Is there a way we can just have like 2 levels of access?
I don't know the answer to that.
Maybe we can have if this seems like, I don't know if I'm way out of left field here, but if this seems like an idea, should we maybe have a discussion with Micah at some point and see if he has any ideas for how we can kind of graphically make this easier? Is that a guy we go to?
Yeah. Micah in our GS department.
I have a couple ideas that I think are maybe just more about increasing everyone's awareness. If you figure it's 600 over 2 years, that's about 25 a month. Could that just become part of a standing part of our agenda to provide us kind of a monthly accounting of these submissions? That would be one way to just make it more visible to us. And then another level of visibility would be to provide the report to neighborhood contacts by neighborhood. So at least the neighborhood would have awareness that people in that area are reporting these issues. And for those neighborhoods that are organized, that might give them a little more, data to make their case if it's for the neighborhood traffic management program or if they, have been hearing stuff, but see that it's not being reported, they could direct people to go ahead and report it, but it feels like there's at least a loop being closed. It doesn't get to, something being done to resolve it, but at least it's ensuring that people are able to review what's been submitted. And that feels like at least a step in the right direction. You know, it's not just going into a black hole. So those would be my two thoughts. Just make it a little more visible to us. And then if it's under the auspices of a neighborhood traffic management program, somehow make the data more available to the neighborhoods.
So are you thinking in terms of presenting it to MMTC that this is something staff would kind of run through beforehand and present us with a conclusion, or we just go through it in real time? Just kind of go down the list of an average of
I
35?
think it would just be a summary provided to us each time. Maybe it's the actual written statements. I'm looking at the form and it's got some, you know, high level, just basically you have to categorize your concern. It's either reckless driving, failure to yield, speeding, running stop signs. I mean, those would be just these categories. You could just mark them off. How many of these do we get? Or maybe you give the map. I don't know. I mean, to me, the map it's a little too high of like it doesn't mean a lot at the level that it's at the whole city. For the neighborhood, it might be more useful, but to just kind of give us a more frequent accounting of this would at least give us a little more accountability to do something. So,
And if there's any way that that could just be an automated printout from Esri, then I'm hoping it would be too much of an additional burden on staff to just, there's average of 25 sheets and it's an agenda item. There you go. Or just even like a staff item report. I don't know. I mean, that seems like.
I mean, I kind of want to know what neighborhood it is as well, but so you could kind of link those two ideas together. You know, if I knew that this was happening in a neighborhood that I'm familiar with, then I might want to reach out to that neighborhood and find out how big of a concern it is, if it's being discussed, you know, especially the neighborhoods that are organized.
Yeah.
So it feels like we ought to just do something more than we're doing. And I don't, I'm also hearing there's not a lot of staff resource to address everything, but if it's just providing the information to us, that might not be a lot of staff time to do that.
It seems to me that we could even do this on a less frequent basis too, and check out this map and see if we can see any, you know, data trends that wouldn't be obvious if you were looking at a list. So for example, Old West Lawrence is clearly a hotspot, right? So it would be interesting to kind of zoom in on that, see like, all right, what's going on? Are we seeing any trends here? Or maybe like a single street is particularly bad. Like, is that Crossgate over there? It's like a couple of reds in a row. So I don't know. It seems like if we were to have this available and say maybe once a year have an agenda item, like, you know, here's your semi-annual review of traffic requests. And we know we can't go through each and every one of them, but if we can get a general sense of what they might look like, that could help inform something like the next NTMP pilot, because not all neighborhoods are organized, right? But if it turns out they're, say, 27th in Iowa, seeing a lot of issues, but they don't really have a functioning neighborhood association, we could say, well, maybe soliciting a pilot isn't the best way to do it from an equity standpoint. And we can just go directly to the spots who seem to be having the most trouble.
That's a good point.
And then that would be a less frequent way of bringing this up, I guess, and kind of zooming out and focusing on a macro scale instead of each individual request. But just one idea.
Is this data in our MMTC online map?
No.
Okay. Maybe another way to look at it would be just add in a slicer so that we can look at it by time range. So we could set dates to filter it. I don't know. This is where maybe talking to Micah, he'd have a good solution.
Yeah.
But it does feel like one step would be to make it more publicly visible. And having a study session helps with that, but it doesn't make it more routine. So that's where I'm thinking, just like you have a staff agenda item, maybe this one is put there just as a quick report out. You wouldn't even have to talk about it really. You could just say, see your attached summary of last month's reports or, concerns that were reported.
Yeah, I have to think about that a little. I think we started this to roll into the neighborhood traffic management program. So I think we could start to maybe filter this and look at, if we want to spend more money on enforcement or whatever, and as that program evolves going forward. I guess my concern about the monthly reports would be just not sending a message that we're going to discuss them at every meeting, because I don't think we want to do that.
Just under your staff items. I don't know. Do we usually discuss
So
this?
if there's a way that we can export that and that you feel that it's usable for the board, look into that a little more.
Yeah, maybe we could do a trial period of a month and see if we can even make any sense out of it, and maybe check in during a staff item, say, all right, this was useful, or now we don't really care. It seems similar to what you do in city commission, where there's a whole bunch of items that I assume nobody really reads. Like, here's who got, certified, here's building permits. Like, great, it's nice to have them, but it's more for just a reference for later when we have time to go over them on our own time. Okay. Oh, Dave, I did have a more, I guess, technical question here about the blue stuff. So other accounts for 41%. How other is it? Is it just kind of a mischaracterization of something that is otherwise a very normal traffic concern? Or is it some really wild stuff?
It's something that doesn't meet any of the other categories.
Are there any that are common enough that we need a new category? Or are they really just all over the place? I'd be very curious to see what an example of this is, as long as we don't compromise it's the identifying information of whoever submitted it. But that's not possible with what we have now, but it's okay.
It is not. This is just a PDF map. And so if I were to pull it up and click on it, it would have information, names and dates and phone names and addresses and phone numbers. So I can't do that in the meeting tonight, but
It looks like when you select other, there's another field that opens up for someone just to type something. Maybe if that's put in a report that can be shared, then it would just give us what they say. And we could determine if we start to see a pattern, and maybe there's a need to change the form. This was created, you said, a couple years ago. So back then, and no one really knew what other might be. It was a nice way to at least start giving people an option to write in whatever they wanted.
So personally, I'd like to come away with some kind of path forward. And that may happen during the NTMP discussion that we have later on, because I'm thinking that some of these projects that aren't so easy to administratively evaluate could end up on some kind of extra list almost that could be kind of merged in with the rest of the capital improvements that are covered under NTMP. I think in the meantime, though, Charlie, the point you bring up of, this isn't very publicly available, it's kind of a black hole. I think it merits further discussion. This sounds like a committee to me. It sounds like the kind of thing where a few people who are interested would dig in deeper and try to come up with some interesting solution of how to do it. Like talk to Micah, have some technical discussions off, I guess off of the main stage. I feel like there's enough new people who might be interested. I don't know. What do you think, Dave?
I think our committees, I'm sorry, but we're already struggling to have people on committees. So I'm
I think it's because we have multiple
kind of skeptical.
large things going on, right? Like T2050 is happening. Land use code update is happening. That's already two big ones. And then there's the metrics one. So
I think it'd be good to have some discussion about our committees more broadly, but keeping this in mind, like maybe there's a need to have a committee around the neighborhood traffic management program and continuing to support its, iterations as we continue to, invest in that program.
Okay. I'm thinking as a short-term action item, if it would be possible, maybe to set up a meeting with Dave, you and me and Micah, and just kind of hash out what is possible based on the technology that we have. Because it's going to be hard to make a recommendation if we don't really know what our limitations are. So if you think that would be a reasonable first step, I'd like to arrange that meeting. If that's all right.
Okay.
Okay. We're coming up on the end of our study session. Does anybody have any other comments towards this kind of admittedly broad topic?
I just have a question to staff about I think it's one of the citywide or city commitments is about community engagement. And is there a way that you would see kind of the work that we're involved in impacting one of those measures? Or like how do we know we're on track with the vision the city has for engaging the public?
Yeah, I think that's a tough question. It depends on what we're talking about. We use different forms of engagement for different sorts of projects and different levels of engagement for different sorts of programs and projects. So whether it's a road reconstruction project, the way we do engagement for that, or prioritization of the neighborhood traffic management program, or the non-motorized project list. It's a good question. So that's something we're, open to looking at, if there's other ways to do engagement, but there's no one size fits all plan for each thing. But we're tasked with, through the strategic plan as community engagement, kind of helping drive our priorities and our projects. And so, yeah, I think it kind of depends a little.
I don't have this all memorized yet, but I think there was an indicator related to the percentage of something that have an engagement plan or that are, you might know it more than I do. I'm just curious, like, do we even think about our action items in our agenda? Like, what percent have some relationship to engagement? I forgot what it is. Percent of city projects that follow the community engagement plan, CW-3. I don't know how many of those are ones that we touch, but that would be interesting to know. What are the projects? How are those projects defined? This one is still in development, I guess. But, to help us maybe keep in mind that this is a big commitment the city's made to do community engagement, and we're probably part of that.
I would add for the CIP projects and the review of the prioritization, the scoring of CIP projects, community engagement is one of the scoring criteria. And if it's been through a plan and also listening what the recommended level of engagement is with the project. So we're trying to identify that at the same time as we're reviewing projects to include in the CIP. It doesn't directly relate to this board for some of those projects, but yeah, I think through that, yeah.
I mean, it kind of does when we're talking about something that is in the CIP.
It is when we're
Yeah.
reviewing reconstruction projects that are in the CIP.
Yeah.
It does, yeah. And so we've, I'm just thinking of the last one we had Wakarusa reconstruction, and we kind of had the scope, brought the scope of community engagement to the board and reviewed that before we started the process, and then try to follow through on that. So trying to do a little better job up front of doing that on those projects.
And I think the other thing is, the definition of community engagement, because, we're talking about this input from the community that's coming in through the reporting form. And, is it enough to receive those comments, or does community engagements mean another step beyond just receiving that? And if there's a way to, because some of those concerns I expect could be related to existing NMTB projects or CIP projects that are, coming in those particular areas, and somehow integrating that a little bit more to make sure that we're, taking those kinds of things into consideration with that process. Because there will be other public meetings and surveys and those kinds of things. But, if those concerns are going to be submitted, then I think, our conversation tonight has been, what can we do at least incrementally? Because, if you would look at these different categories on this list that we've looked at, all but the first two, well, and they may have some too, but all of them have budget implications. So, they're requesting traffic calming or bike ped improvements or those kinds of things. They also have budget implications. So not only is it an issue with, staff time to process them, but going the next step, if we're going to respond to them, that also requires budget. And, but at least, being able to demonstrate that we're looking at that and taking some of that into consideration as much as possible seems like a good outcome. I like the idea of the staff report, and if it's not monthly, then quarterly. And I also like the idea of it being divided up by neighborhoods, because I think the neighborhood associations could make use of that in some instances.
How many each month?
25.
25.
25.
That's just taking 600 divided by 24 months. You get 25. a month.
25 doesn't seem like that much. I mean, that many
Well,
requests or complaints or suggestions. I don't see why we can't just say them out loud so people know that they're being heard. We don't have to discuss it. We don't have to say, what are we going to do to solve this? We have to acknowledge that they've been heard.
Yeah, that's kind of where I was starting.
Yeah.
Like,
So
right now,
25
no
isn't
one.
that much. I mean, it's not a huge number. And obviously staff, that's more work for staff, but maybe we can direct some of it to us. We're not paid as far as I know. And
You don't get the memo?
perhaps.
Only if you chair.
Well,
Yeah.
it's
You're
also a lot of neighborhoods would probably welcome knowing that their neighbors have reported these things,
Right.
because they'll do some of that work
Yeah, to do
To-
some of the analysis, I think.
to get it
is the-
more organized, especially if you're seeing a bunch of reports on the same street. I mean, this is over 2 years, but I've looked at some of these like ... Looks like there's some problems there.
And there are problem intersections that practically force one to break the law. And people, I hate breaking the law when I'm being forced to do it. I want it to be my choice.
Well, we're at our end of time, unfortunately, but I feel like we've got a pretty good discussion going on, and we'll probably pick this up again in some form on agenda item 2. Pat, you kind of were about to segue in that direction, in that it's not enough to just hear it. It's like, all right, well, now what do we do with it? Is there funding?
Right.
And I feel like for things that are below that $100,000 CIP threshold, it's probably NTMP. So we'll discuss that more once we get to the revisions and agenda item 2. But I think for now, the immediate action item is to try to get a meeting set up with myself and Dave and Micah to see just what's possible. And then probably try to get a printout report of the month's most recent requests for the July meeting. So, all good, Dave? Great.
Yep.
Cool. Do we take a 5-10 minute break before our main scheduled meeting?
Yep, we'll start the main meeting at 6:15.
15.
That's all right.
Sounds good. You're filling my water anyway.
With the
Welcome back, everybody, to the resuming of the June MMTC meeting. We're now at our regular agenda. So just to get started off, we're going to do a roll call first, or house rules have already been said, right? So we're just going to go into roll call then. So Christina, when you have a chance.
Okay. Damon Baltuska.
Here.
Laura Bennett. Here. Will Sharp.
Here.
Aaron Payton.
Here.
Pat Collette.
Here.
Charlie Bryan.
Here.
Nick Kuzmiak.
Here.
Douglas Redding.
Here.
Althea Schnacky.
All right. Well, in that case, since we've already done our study session at 5, we are going to move into agenda item B, which is approve the minutes of the May meeting. So before we have motion, does anybody have any questions or comments or amendments they'd like to add here? If not, I'd entertain a motion.
I move to approve the May 2, 2022 meeting minutes.
A second.
All right. Christina, can you please call roll on that? Or voting? Actually, sorry, right before we do that, I just want to note that it requires a password and a username to get to the minutes, which is not something I have. I don't know if that's a common occurrence, but I would just note to staff that it's usually available. So,
Did you download the file?
oh, it's on the whole file? Oh,
Because it's jumping to a section in the file.
I feel like the link should still probably work, but
If you're on the website, it doesn't work.
no. Anyway,
Got the secret.
sorry to interrupt things. Let's go back to the roll. Sorry.
Damon Baltuska.
Yes.
Laura Bennett.
Yes.
Will Sharp.
Yes.
Aaron Payton.
Yes.
Pat Collette.
Yes.
Charlie Bryan.
Yes.
Nick Kuzmiak.
Yes.
Douglas Redding.
Yes.
And Althea Schnacky is absent. Motion carries 8-0.
Thank you. We're now moving on to agenda item C, which is public comment. I'll just read it out. The public is allowed to speak to any items or issues that are not scheduled on the regular agenda. Public comment will not be received for staff items, commission items, or calendar items. Each person or organization will be limited to 3 minutes. As a general practice, the commission will not discuss or debate these items, nor will the commission make decisions on items presented at this time. Individuals are asked to come to the microphone, sign in, and state their name and address. Speakers should address all comments to the commission. Is there anybody in the room who has any general public comments? Yeah, so if you're here for agenda items 1, 2, 3, 4, that will come. That's all right.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, members of the commission. My name is Adam Davis and I manage government affairs for Bird, which is a micromobility company, aka e-scooters. As you may remember, for those that have served on this committee for a while or those that are new, this body went through a decision to push to the council that they pilot an e-scooter program. Unfortunately, it fell during the midst of COVID, and the RFQ process ultimately selected Bird to be the operator. In conversations with city staff, we decided to go ahead and put things on pause just to get through the uncertainty of COVID. But now that things are starting to lighten up, we've started re-engaging conversations and with city staff. And thanks to Dave for recommending to come back to this committee and just see what the thoughts were from this body, see if we could get it moving again. I know the SGA at KU is very eager to have micromobility here. It's definitely something we partner with the city at. The dashboard you saw earlier on other things, we provide that a real-time dashboard to the city to see where people are riding, where they're starting, where they're ending, and it helps with public infrastructure decisions to actually see where people are riding. And then we also invest back into the city through a revenue share on our ridership. And so I just wanted to bring the conversation back up and let this body know and see if we could maybe get on the agenda for next month and continue the convo.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there any other public comment from people who are in the room?
There's a sign.
Okay. And if not, is there anybody on the phone who wishes to make a general public comment?
No hands are raised at this time.
Okay, sounds good. All right, with that, public comment is closed. And just to close that, we will try to get this on an agenda item soon. E-mobility, micro mobility, e-scooters. Okay, that brings us to D, agenda items. So let's start with number 1, consider approving the recommended permanent traffic calming installations in the Old West Lawrence neighborhood. So Dustin, welcome.
Thank you. I'm Dustin Smith, Senior Project Engineer with Municipal Services and Operations. And you said we are recommending a permanent installation of the traffic calming, the project that we've been working on with the Old West Lawrence neighborhood. I'll give you a quick recap of how we got where we are. Last year, we had an open application process for neighborhoods to be a part of the program. And our first year, we're going to do a neighborhood-wide study of traffic concerns and then implement traffic calming strategies to address those concerns. Old West Lawrence was selected to be the first neighborhood through the application process. And after that selection was made, we started off a round of meetings with representatives from the neighborhood. With city staff and our consulting team with JEO as our traffic engineering consultants. While we were having those meetings, we also collected a round of before baseline data throughout the neighborhood, traffic volumes and speeds, and then used the data and the conversations with the neighborhoods to identify the concerns and develop strategies to address those concerns. So that led to the development of our initial traffic calming plan for the neighborhood. And we implemented that in November 2021, and then started our round of after data collection after we had installed several traffic calming devices in the neighborhood. And then kind of over the winter, after we had the after data collected, we were evaluating that data, seeing what impacts we had with our traffic calming installation. And then also in January, we had some public engagement to get some feedback from the broader public. So that included a public meeting where we had, I believe, almost 200 attendees at the meeting. And then we also did a Lawrence Listen survey with, I think, almost 500 responses to the survey. And so we, again, used the before and after data analysis and then all the feedback that we heard to develop some revisions to the traffic calming plan, address some concerns that we heard, and also the conclusions from the data. Implemented the revised traffic calming plan in March, and then began our second round of after data collection on the revised installation. And so based again on all the after, or the, I guess, the before and after data of the revised configuration and additional conversations with the neighborhood, we are making a recommendation to install permanently the configuration that is in place now, which was, again, our second iteration. And so I'd like to turn it over to Stephen Buckley with JEO, our traffic engineering consultant, and he has a presentation with a lot more detail of kind of the nuts and bolts of the data and the conclusions we reached from it.
Well, thank you. Again, I'm Stephen Buckley with JEO Consulting Group. I've heard about this commission for a long, long time. It's good to finally be here in person and see you guys in action. A little bit about me. I went to KU, graduated in '89. I was with KDOT for 31 years. Half of that as a traffic engineer and half of that in safety engineering. So good long career with KDOT. Retired last June. Been with JEO for about a year. So it's been a good transition and really enjoyed working on this project. Great group of folks behind me, definitely. Now, if I can only learn how to, there we go. Oh, is it a right-handed mouse? I'm all messed up. I think I lost it. Okay, there we go. All right, great. Well, Dustin did a great job kind of summarizing the purpose of the project. Just briefly, as far as the pilot overview, what the city is looking to do here. Of course, take it one neighborhood at a time. We're focused on reducing speeding, reducing cut-through traffic, and of course, with that, protecting vulnerable road users, pedestrians, bikes, et cetera. As far as this pilot, we considered enforcement, education, infrastructure. We really wanted to emphasize broad community support with this project, and I think that I think we did a pretty good job with that as far as getting the neighborhood engaged. And of course, evaluations is part of the program. These devices were an experiment, and so evaluation is very much a part of the program, which is why what was put in is considered temporary. As far as the Old West Lawrence, their application, Dustin referenced that. They took a survey of the neighborhood and found that safety is the #1 concern of the Old West Lawrence residents. And their goal was to eliminate cut-through traffic from 6th to 9th and to reduce speeds. These resident suggestions, they did a really good job with their application. And these are kind of the ones that jumped out to us as far as the different ideas that came in from resident surveys as part of their application, including what we call horizontal deflection, the curb bump outs, the traffic circles, speed bumps or humps and cushions. More law enforcement was one of the recommendations. Changing streets to one-way was a recommendation. Focused on safe crossing on 6th Street, improved sight lines. I know that's a concern, especially at some of the alleys. And then even blocking off some of the neighborhood streets. So those were all some of the ideas that came in from the residents of Old West Lawrence. You're probably all familiar with our functional classification system. All public roads across the state, across the country are functionally classified. Now, of course, most of the roads in Old West Lawrence are considered local roads. And they're just that, they're local roads. They're intended to be, a destination to and from. In fact, the FHWA, Federal Highway Administration, defines a local road as it's really not to carry any through traffic. Now, that's in an ideal world, there's always going to be, some through traffic on a local road, but ideally, a local road is a destination to and from. Then your collectors, such as Maine and Tennessee, those roads are intended to collect traffic from the local roads and then deliver that traffic to the arterials like 6th and 9th. That's the whole purpose of functional classification system, why streets are all classified that way. And I'm sure city policy is really driven along that classification system. And again, it goes all the way from a local road like our Old West Lawrence neighborhood, all the way to freeways and interstates like I-70. Of course, the challenge with Old West Lawrence, and I'm sure you're all familiar with this, is it's a grid neighborhood. And because of its location, it's really inviting to serve as for cut-through traffic. As far as north-south arterial, the closest one to the west is, Iowa, over a mile away. Of course, you have downtown immediately to the east. You have 2 arterials at 6th and 9th. And then, of course, you have this thing called KU just south of this neighborhood. And it just so that this neighborhood is like a magnet for cut-through traffic. And I think that's one of the things that this neighborhood's been dealing with for a long, long time. And we're trying to address with this project. So briefly, I just want to briefly touch on the first configuration because obviously we're not going back to that. But we met, being myself and the city, we met with the traffic management team of Old West Lawrence last September, and we talked about all the different traffic control or traffic calming devices that were out there, including what we call horizontal deflection, like the curb bulb outs or the traffic circles. Vertical deflection, like the humps and the cushions, and then the diverters, which is what we ended up going with. The emphasis was really on reducing cut-through traffic in the neighborhood. That's what we really focused on. In fact, the first 2 concepts that we talked about went so far as to limit access to the neighborhood. The very first concept we talked about was to actually close some of the streets at 6th and 9th. That was too far. And so we took a step back and said, okay, how about we just like do an egress only from some of these local roads on the 6th and 9th. There were concerns about parking. There was concerns about, how people would turn around if they got stuck because, there's not cul-de-sacs at the end there. They would be functioning as cul-de-sacs without cul-de-sacs. So we decided to move the traffic calming to 7th and 8th. And of course, that was the first iteration. This is the median barrier that we installed at multiple locations. This detail here is from the Delaware Department of Transportation. It came from the FHWA's Traffic Calming Primer, which is an online resource, which is a great resource for all things traffic calming. And then this is the diverter, the diagonal diverter, which we had 2 of these on Mississippi. We were really excited about this in the beginning because we've seen other cities that have used these, and they really turn these into gardens. In fact, I found a picture of one where they even had a library box in that island there. So, but yeah, as it turns out, that did not work like we hoped. Of course, this was the original layout, and I want to get my language down right. So when we talk about data now, we're going to be talking about before data, and that's the data we took before anything was changed. The between data, that's the data we took. Really, that would be the data that would be of the first configuration. And then the after data is the data based on the configuration that's out there today. If you saw the open house, if you were involved in the open house last January, you've seen these next few slides. You can kind of see what the numbers look like. You'll recall that I said at the open house, I'm disappointed in these numbers. And so we knew we wanted to try something different. And we'll get back to those here in a second. At the open house, I showed this. This kind of is I call it a poor man's heat map, as far as demonstrating where traffic increased, where traffic went down. The purple is where traffic decreased substantially. The red is where it increased substantially, and then the rest are in between. This was also a heat map as far as this kind of a visual as far as where traffic is heavier in the neighborhood. That slide takes some time to absorb, though. So as far as local roads impact, we saw, again, speaking of local roads, so this does not include like Maine, for example, because Maine is classified as a collector. But of the local roads, and this includes some blocks on 7th and 8th, it also includes Michigan. 12 streets saw a significant decrease, 5 streets saw a significant increase, 3 were unchanged, and then Alabama, unfortunately, our counter failed. So that's briefly what was out there the first time. So why did we make the changes we made? First of all, you may recall, again, we had the diverters, diagonal diverters on Mississippi at 7th and 8th. Taking a step back, we realized that the one at 8th and Mississippi was a bad idea. And so we took that out really to allow for the full functionality of the signal at 9th Street. You have turn lanes on eastbound 9th Street at Mississippi. A lot of people use that signal to access, especially the east half of Old West Lawrence. So we went ahead and took that diverter out. We also did not replace it with a barrier. And then there at 7th and Mississippi, we went ahead and removed that diverter and replaced it with a median barrier, because I think that a lot of the concerns about cut through, if you look at the before data, I think a lot of the concerns were based on Mississippi. Mississippi saw 2.5 times the traffic of most of the other local roads in the neighborhood. And I think that's largely because you have the signal at 9th, and it also goes all the way onto KU's campus. And so I'm sure a lot of the cut through traffic was there on Mississippi. So the thought is, open up 8th and Mississippi to take advantage of the signal. And really that 800 block of Mississippi then almost functions as a collector. It collects traffic and distributes it into especially the eastern half of Old West Lawrence. But then we leave the barrier at 7th and Mississippi to prevent cut through on Mississippi. And there's no signal, of course, at 6th and Mississippi. We did take out the barriers on Alabama, Ohio, and Louisiana. Really, the before data, in hindsight, probably didn't justify the installation of those. Again, it was an experiment. And so we went ahead and took those out on those 3 blocks. We did, of course, flip the one on Illinois, moved it from 8th. Moved it from 7th to 8th. I get that right? I think that, yeah, moved it from 7th to 8th. And then really to mitigate any additional traffic that we saw on Michigan and Maine, and then that 800 block in Mississippi, we went ahead and installed some additional speed humps and speed cushions. So this is what we saw out there. Of course, we had the median barrier. We've seen that before. This is what was installed for the speed hump. And this is what was installed for the speed cushions on Maine. The difference is between a hump and a cushion is the cushion has cuts to allow for emergency traffic, emergency vehicles. And of course, Maine is an emergency route to the hospital north of the neighborhood. And so this is what's out there today. We have median barriers at 8th in Arkansas, 7th in Missouri, 8th in Illinois, 7th in Mississippi, and 8th in Indiana. And then we added additional vertical deflection, as we call it, or speed humps on both blocks of Michigan. We added a cushion on the 600 block of Maine, and then a speed hump on the 800 block in Mississippi. And that is what is out there today. As far as our data, to me, these numbers looked a lot better. Overall, traffic was relatively flat. If you take out, so this is total traffic, and basically this would be like of the 28 blocks that we counted in the neighborhood, and 4 of those were alleys. But of the 28 blocks that we counted in the neighborhood, the total traffic before, this is average daily traffic for weekdays, was 21,274. After, we saw a slight increase to 21,347. But if you take out Tennessee, which carries the lion's share of the traffic in the neighborhood, 8,000 vehicles a day, we actually saw traffic go down by 8%. If you look at only the blocks classified as local roads, we saw a drop of 22%. But that includes Michigan, because Michigan is classified as a local road. Of course, that is a street that is on the extreme west side of the neighborhood. It also has a signal at 6th. But in it carried 2,000 vehicles a day before we did this, and now it carries about 2,500 vehicles a day, or closer to 2,400. On that south, it would be the 800 block of Michigan. So a local road that was concerning to see that traffic increase. Maine, we saw an increase of about 41%, and that wasn't a big surprise. And those are 2 blocks, by the way, I should say. For Michigan, the data on Michigan is just 1 block, the 800 block. The data on Maine is actually 2 blocks totaled. And then if you look at local roads without Michigan, we actually saw traffic decreased by almost a third on those local roads. If you compare the 2 after periods, so you can see, again, between, this is the data that we took based on the first configuration. The after is the data we took on the current configuration. All the numbers really went in the right direction. 8% drop, taking out Tennessee, 22% drop compared to 14 for local roads. Michigan, the Michigan South actually saw a slight decrease with the current configuration. In the between period, it was at 2,494. It dropped to 2,435. In Maine, and this is not a typo, the ADT on those 2 blocks of Maine were exactly the same, 4,497 during the between and 4,497 in the after. Most notably, local roads dropped from 23% to 32%. So I found that these results are much more promising. In this, I'm sure this will be in your information, but so what we're showing here, again, it's a heat map, just trying to illustrate the purple blocks are where traffic decreased substantially. Blue, it decreased somewhat. Green is basically unchanged. Orange increased somewhat, and then red, it increased substantially. And and again, this is compared to the before, not to the between, is compared to the before data. And then we did the same thing with, or similar thing with the heat map, just kind of showing where traffic is really heaviest in the neighborhood. I should say that the brown legends is for the higher volume roads, and the blue is for the lower volume roads. So when you look at same information, this is our second local roads impact. Just like the first time we saw 12 streets that saw a significant decrease in volume, we only saw 2 streets that saw a significant increase in volume compared to 5 the first time. 6 streets were unchanged compared to 3 before. And again, we managed to have a failed counter this time on the 700 block of Ohio. I'm not going to read through this other than to point out we do have all kinds of data for your reading pleasure. If you're a data geek, you can have a lot of fun with this stuff. We have the weekday ADTs, and I should say that typically we would go out and install the counters like on a Sunday, maybe take them off on a Friday or Saturday. We were trying to get 2 or 3 full weekdays, like a Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. So we avoided the weekends. We certainly avoided the whole, national championship thing. Even tried to avoid a detour on that was taking place on Michigan during one of our counts. So we tried our best to make sure we were counting typical weekdays, and that's what these are. These are our weekday ADTs averages. We also have the 50th percentile speed, just to let you know what that means. You probably know this, but just in case, the 50th percentile speed is a speed that 50% of the traffic is traveling at or below. Similar to the 85th percentile, same thing, 85% of the traffic is traveling at or below. We also have percent trucks. We can also break this data down by direction, so we know of that 476 vehicles on Arkansas, we know how many are going north and how many are going south. So it's almost information overload. I did want to briefly walk through this because we did pick up some additional blocks in the after period. So, for example, this looks pretty small. I apologize. So these were blocks that we added to the original 28 that we did for the first before and after. We added the 600 block of Ohio, where we went from 283 in the between, and oddly enough, we took out the barrier on Ohio and saw traffic actually reduced to 224. Same thing on Alabama. The between was 324 with the barriers. We took out the barriers and traffic reduced to 263. The south block of Maine, I pointed this out earlier. We did see a reduction going from the between period to the after of almost 10%. And then Michigan, the 700 block of Michigan, the between was 2,513. The after, it went to 2,639. So about a 5% increase. We also saw an increase on 7th. This is east-west 7th between Missouri and Maine. The between was about 830 and the after was 919. We did collect a couple of control blocks. These would be blocks outside of the neighborhood, but close enough, but they wouldn't have been influenced by this experiment. And actually, so we picked up the 400 block of Maine and then the 1000 block of Alabama. In both cases, those 2 control blocks, traffic went up. And so to me, that kind of lends some credibility to our findings that traffic in the neighborhood actually reduced if our control blocks increased. The one alley I want to point out is that we did pick up a count on the east-west alley between Alabama and Illinois, where we had 29 vehicles in the between period, and then that more than doubled to 66 in the after period. I think that's probably some people trying to avoid the barrier there at 8th and in Illinois. So that's the additional information. The last bit of data I'll share with you has to do with our speed humps. Of course, we installed speed humps and cushions on 4 new blocks. And you can see that in all cases, speeds were reduced. Going Maine, Mississippi, Michigan, the 50th percentile speed dropped by 2, 4, 6, and 4. And the 85th dropped by 4, 5, 7, and 5. That's pretty significant reduction in speed. So those humps and cushions, as designed, certainly have impacted speeds on those blocks, which is what we wanted them to do, because we knew that by installing these barriers on the local roads, that would put more pressure, especially on Maine, being the neighborhood collector. So, in summary, like I said, the final, what's out there today, it did reduce traffic volumes on local blocks, excluding Michigan, by 32%. That was encouraging. Removal of the barriers on Alabama, Louisiana, and Ohio had really little impact, largely probably because they didn't have a lot of traffic to begin with. Traffic on Maine increased by 41% compared to the before period in both the between and afters. So there's really no change from the between to the after on Maine. But again, 41% increase compared to the before. However, the 800 block of Maine did decrease by 10%. And so that actually kind of gave us, it did give us a uniform flow on Maine. All 3 blocks on Maine carry about 2,300 vehicles per day through the neighborhood. To put that in perspective, typically we treat like a design hourly volume would be about 10% of ADT. So you would expect that about during the peak hour on Maine, that means those blocks carry about 230 vehicles an hour, or about 4 vehicles a minute. Just to kind of picture what we're talking about in terms of those volumes. All blocks with a before ADT around 400 or more have been addressed with reduced volumes or reduced speeds. A couple of other things. Yeah, I guess that's it. Yep. So as Dustin said, based on our goal to reduce cut through, and unfortunately, we didn't have a good measure of cut through traffic. I know Dustin and the city are actually talking about, and not to make a plug for this vendor, but there's a vendor called Streetlight that they're talking about that really would be able to provide data to help us really evaluate cut through traffic in a neighborhood like this. So if this is a program that the city really looks to continue, I think that would be worthwhile to really consider, because that would be able to give us a picture of cut through the neighborhood. We didn't have a good way of measuring that for this study, so we really just use traffic volume kind of as a surrogate for cut through traffic. But ultimately, we saw traffic go down on the blocks we really wanted to see traffic go down. The blocks that were impacted by the changes and saw some increase, we did reduce speeds with the vertical deflection. Some things I really want to emphasize is that I know a lot of the concerns right now is with the design of these things, because they're out there. Of course, we didn't go in and modify the curb returns as part of this experiment, and some of those curbs are getting beat up. And so, if this goes permanent, it would also include improvements to the curbs, to the curb returns, to the corner radiuses, going to either a 15-foot or a 20-foot radius, and then potentially, if it gets into the sidewalk, replacing the sidewalk ramps with ADA ramps and sidewalk extensions to the existing sidewalk. So that is a definite if this goes through. And then also the barriers themselves will be designed to accommodate emergency vehicles while discouraging rollover by passenger vehicles. And so those are really 2 things that have to be considered for any permanent installation. When we say, I just want to emphasize that when we say make permanent what's out there, that doesn't mean just putting up a barrier and that's it. That includes making all the necessary changes as well that would allow especially single unit trucks to make right turns on those, in front of those barriers. And of course, most importantly, emergency access through the neighborhood. All right, that is this past year in a nutshell.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I feel like I did get more out of the presentation with you speaking through it and explaining it rather than just looking at it. So
Sure.
we did this.
Thank you.
So here's how we're going to kind of run things here and how we generally try to for our agenda items. We're first going to start with folks on the MMTC if they have any rather technical questions, just for clarification to try to figure out if we fully understand what we've been presented. And once we've run through at least a couple of those to kind of make sure we have a fuller understanding, then we're going to turn it over to public comment. And then once every member of the public who wishes to has made their comment, then we'll bring it back up to the commission for further discussion and questions to staff, consultant, and whoever else. So that sounds good to you. Does anybody want to open up with any technical questions that they had on the presentation?
I just have a pretty simple question. Dustin, you went through, kind of mentioned public engagement efforts that were made, and I didn't hear anything in the after the second installation. What was done to share the results back with the neighborhood and collect additional feedback?
We did meet with the neighborhood team we've been working with the whole time to discuss the data and presented our recommendation to them before, getting to this point. We weren't able to get a second Lawrence Listen survey out and closed and have all those results available in time for this meeting. So we decided to push that and kind of take what we hear tonight, and that may help frame that second Lawrence Listen survey, which we still will do that second survey to collect the feedback from the broader public on the project.
Okay, so you're still planning to do a survey? Thank you.
So I would like to get more clarification on selected medians. If emergency vehicles can roll over them, but passenger vehicles cannot, I guess, how do you make that determination given that there's passenger vehicles that are now approaching the size of emergency vehicles?
That's a good question. It's for the emergency vehicles, it comes down to wheelbase. But obviously, if some of these pickup trucks and whatnot have the same wheelbase as an emergency vehicle, there's really no way of getting around that other than, just it's like with any traffic control, stop signs, speed limits. You put up signs, you just have to trust the integrity of the driver, right? For example, there's signs out there now, saying no trucks on Mississippi. I'm not sure anyone knows that. It's like, you put up traffic control to try to manage traffic, try to make decisions how you want traffic to flow through an area, through a neighborhood, through an intersection. There will be regulatory signs like there are out there now. No left turn. If someone, it's like any traffic control, if somebody violates that, they can get a ticket. But yeah, that's certainly a good point.
So it sounds like it's based on track width rather than the slope of the curve, like say on the bicycle boulevards, which I believe those are mountable curves. It sounds like these ones have basically permeability in the medians that are tailored for large vehicles, kind of like speed humps. Is that right?
That's got like the speed cushions,
Cushions, sorry.
Where we have the gaps. We put the gaps in those cushions where, emergency vehicles don't need to slow down for those. The gap is wide enough to meet their wheelbase. A car, most passenger vehicles can't straddle that center cushion, that center hump, and so they're going to have to slow down. And it'll be the same logic applied to the center of the barrier.
Okay. And another question. So I really like the heat maps showing the before, between, and after in terms of volume. I'm assuming that the goals of this were not just to reduce volume, but also in a way to reduce speed, and also the nature of the traffic being, cut through truck traffic is particularly bad in, residential neighborhood. Do you have heat maps available for speed and traffic data? Speed and truck traffic data as well to kind of see if there's any really wild trends there?
We do not, no.
Okay. From your analysis of the data, could you share any kind of macro trends that you found in it? It kind of looks like with speed, it was a success pretty much everywhere. That speed went down at least marginally on all streets, if I'm seeing it that correctly.
So especially
It's
where
all
we
over the place.
install, I forgot to mention, in the before to the between, we didn't see a big change in speed. In fact, the blocks were pretty much up or down 1 mile an hour, which probably is statistically insignificant. The only place where we really saw significant speed reductions is where we installed those speed cushions and humps in the second go around. Honestly, I haven't taken a good look at the truck data just because the numbers are so low to begin with. I didn't want to spend a whole lot of time on that. I know there's certainly trucks going through the neighborhood, and I know that a lot of delivery trucks, but I have not looked closely at the truck data yet.
Okay. And sorry to be monopolizing here. I just figure while I'm on a roll, it's a bit of a segue. You mentioned the single unit truck. That is not a term I'm familiar with, but you brought that up with regards to curb cuts, I guess. What is a single unit truck?
Yeah, so it'd be your box truck.
Oh, okay, like it itself is a single unit.
Yeah.
Okay.
And so we want to make sure that traffic, turning right, they have turning templates for all these different design vehicles. And you lay out the intersection, you lay out your barrier, you lay out your curb, and they have turning templates for a single unit truck. And you want to make sure that truck can track through the pavement, and not track over the barrier, or especially track over the curb or the sidewalk ramps, et cetera. So, and the thing is, we did that for the existing. And actually, if you look at the turning template for a single unit truck, you can make that fit on the existing configuration. So if you have a really good driver and they take that turn perfect, they can make it work. But obviously, not everybody's a perfect driver. And so again, if these go permanent, we can't rely on that. We have to certainly give them some additional room to make that turn. And it'll either be a 15-foot. I know the city standard for blocks like this is 15-foot radius. It may be 20. I don't know.
Okay, thanks.
Kind of related to that, when you're talking about altering that, you're talking about the curb returns on the barriers themselves, not altering the curbs on the street. Is that correct?
Actually, we're talking about the corners.
Okay.
On the intersections. Is that graphic available or the exhibit? Okay.
I don't have it.
Okay. So yeah, it would be, let's say something to draw on. It would be the corner. So basically, where a vehicle would be turning into the barrier and making their right. That's the difficult maneuver right now, causing people to cheat over the corner. Right now, I think the radiuses, if anything, are about 5 to 8 feet.
Mm-hmm.
And so we would be looking to rebuild those corners to at least 15 feet. And then if that gets into the sidewalk ramps that are out there now, we replace those as well, of course, with ADA ramps, and then any sidewalk extension back to the main sidewalk line.
Thank you.
Quick question on that. So do you anticipate any of the pedestrian crossings actually getting longer with those curb reconfigurations?
If anything, they would get shorter because, no, I don't, they'd be about the same. But most of them now are past the radius. So most of them are either 30 foot or 40 foot, depending on the street width. So no, I don't see any of them getting longer.
Good, cool, thank you.
Any other technical questions from up here? All right, in that case, let's move into public comment. So I kind of went over the spiel earlier for general public comment. It still is the same. For anybody in the room, we'll need you to approach the podium, sign in, state your name and address, and then you get 3 minutes. I don't know if the red LED thing is working, or if we're gonna have one up on the screen, but there should be a timer so you'll be able to see yourself. So in fairness to everybody, I'm gonna do my best to really try to cap you at 3 minutes, unless you're like right in the middle of a sentence. So think of me like a soccer ref, you know? So that's how we're gonna do it. Step right up.
Good evening, Mr. Chair and members of the commission. My name is Katie Oliver. I'm a resident of 824 Arkansas and speaking tonight both as a member of the Old West Lawrence Traffic Safety Team and co-president of Old West Lawrence Association. Since our traffic safety team was expanded in February, this team has been meeting bi-weekly to develop a holistic traffic calming plan for the neighborhood. This included a team walk of the neighborhood in April, and we surveyed the pros and cons of the temporary devices in place and discussed alternative traffic calming methods. Our traffic safety team members have committed hundreds of hours to researching and developing these plans with the goal of creating an effective and equitable traffic management plan for our neighborhood. We are requesting an extension of this pilot to allow for a trial of our team developed plan. Following the first phase of the pilot program, the traffic team informed the city and JEO that the excessive diversion of traffic to Maine and Michigan needed to be resolved. When the city and JEO presented the results of the revised layout to the team on Tuesday, May 17th, we again stated that the substantial increases in traffic on Maine and Michigan were still not acceptable outcomes. We urged the city and JEO to consider an alternative neighbor design for a third trial. The team was of the understanding that a second Lawrence Listen survey would be published for the neighbors to provide feedback, as communicated in the city press release in March. If the proposal is accepted tonight, this commission is breaking the city's commitment to that second Lawrence Listen survey. Old West Lawrence was excited to be accepted as the first neighborhood to participate in this pilot program, and the outcome sets a precedent for future neighborhoods participating. This recommendation to approve permanent installation of the current traffic calming layout ignores the tireless work and recommendations of our traffic safety team. It disregards the commitments made to Old West Lawrence. It would deny us the opportunity to optimize the safety of our neighborhood. Old West Lawrence deserves a successful outcome for this traffic pilot program. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Cindy Gress and my husband John, and I live at this wonderful intersection of 8th and Main, where we've got that increased 40%. Great. But my frustrations, and I would ask and support the request to please consider what the committee has worked so hard on. Because basically we were told it was a trial and that it would be reconsidered at the end. And it sounds like there wasn't enough time to meet with us, he said, so we could figure this out. You know, we've lived in Old West Lawrence for 18 years and Lawrence over 40. We believe you owe it to our community to work with our Old West Lawrence community to find a solution that benefits the majority. I realize Maine is never going to be anything but Maine, but 40% increase is a huge increase. 8th and Main was awful. There are several flaws in the data because I live where the data is gathered. Sometimes we were gathering data when kids were not going to school. They were all being educated from home. Professors were educating through the internet. Sometimes we were gathering data when there's a break. So nobody's going anywhere, you know, in terms of some of those intersections. I find it interesting that during some of the city trials for counting cars, you know, there was no classes. The classes were online. They gathered more data when KU was out of class, so the instructors and students didn't travel. This trial kind of destroyed a lot of good things that the community of Old West Lawrence had. And we're trying to put that back together by listening to each other and figure out what's best for the entire neighborhood. I better look at the time. But I agree, the cushions or whatever do slow traffic a little bit, but the numbers are still there. And as we've all gotten our tax statements, my home alone has gone up 55% in less than 5 years. And so, of course, I was concerned and appealed it. And they tell me I live in the most desirable neighborhood in the community. So I'd like to keep it desirable. I giggle at watching the diverters that are laid down because the trucks are driving over it. You have to get out of the way because people go the wrong way around the diverter and they turn to go down the alleys. You might think it works if you see it once in a while, but when you see it on a daily basis, I'm not sure it's the solution. Thank you for your time. I'm not very good at this stuff. I just had to say my little piece.
We nailed the timing though. I'm impressed.
Perfect.
That's not common.
Thanks.
Good evening. My name is Maren Bradley, and I've lived with my family at 805 Mississippi for 7 years. I'm the former vice president of the Old West Lawrence Neighborhood Association, and I'm the current Pinckney Elementary PTO president. So you could say I have my finger on the pulse of our little corner of the woods. Tonight, I just wanted to give you a little brief history about our OWL traffic safety team, of which I'm on right now, to give you a little perspective where we came from that has shaped where we hope to be heading. When our small traffic committee, which was only 3 people at the time, at all the beginning of this, if you can imagine, that's all that was interested. When they first began meeting with the city and consultant engineers to review the options, the members of that team were dissuaded at that time by the engineers from choosing more common options that you see around town, such as speed humps and traffic circles. So a different route was chosen. The initial plan was approved by the OWL board, of which I was on, under the impression that it was a trial. And unfortunately, it was implemented by the city one day before the KU State football game, which is the largest traffic event for our neighborhood every other year. This caught many people off guard. Neighbors were furious. Things were going badly. However, everyone was finally paying attention and wanting to get involved. So yay, kind of. So the OWL board at that time jumped on that train and opened up the traffic committee again to anyone in the neighborhood who was interested in serving on it. And as you can imagine, from that, we found a very broad committee of people from almost every street that was represented, with almost all opinions that could be held about the NTMP pilot. So naturally, at our first few meetings, our ideas for making things right clashed quite a bit. However, we've met in person and via Zoom 13 times for over 40 hours so far since February as our new team. And when we were not in these meetings, we were out listening to our neighbors, out conducting our own traffic audits, researching other methods that other cities had tried so we didn't have to reinvent the wheel. We were looking up information on federal grant money availability. We're a group made of engineers and pharmacists, teachers and professors, vice presidents and CEOs of companies. We're very thorough in everything we do. The reason I'm telling you all these details is that I think it's really important for you to know why it's taken us so long to get to where we are. It's because we've been doing our due diligence in listening to our neighbors, learning from our mistakes, working together as a team, and making sure that the next iteration will have broad neighborhood support. If any of us had known at the beginning that this project would continue with a version that the residents and neighborhood board unanimously oppose, we would have never proceeded with the installation of the barriers in the first place. We appreciate working with the city and the consultants, Dustin and Stephen. We love working with you guys. And our all-volunteer team has really been doing some heavy lifting on this project to make sure it's a success in both raw data and perception. Of course, you know that consensus building does not happen overnight, and we'd like you to please give us a little more time and consideration to work with the city to pilot a final version that we believe the community will be excited about. Thanks.
Thanks.
Good evening. My name is Charlie Sedlock, 630 Indiana Street. I'm a member of the neighborhood traffic team. Thanks for the opportunity to speak with you tonight. And thanks to you for ensuring and growing the multimodal possibilities of our public streets. We're excited to do the same in Old West Lawrence. And thanks to Dave, Dustin, and Stephen for all their work on the project. Everybody's put in a lot of hours on this. I'd like to talk about the solution because we can't sit here and ask for a variance without providing a solution or a plan. Given the challenges of a grid-based historic neighborhood with much on-street parking, our committee has continued to work diligently to build upon what we learned in the initial part of the process with the city and JEO. In fact, we've been working on this solution since February, right up until the last week. We haven't been holding back. Lots of meetings, hundreds of volunteer hours. And that is why it's taken us a long time. Because our committee members have walked and driven the traffic layout countless times and meeting multiple times per month, we've developed 8 different variations to discuss and vote on and push forward that are different than the current traffic configuration. Our recommended solution, which still needs to be vetted with our neighbors, but we feel very strongly with 100% consensus on our traffic committee, involves cost-effective planter-style choker structures around the circumference of the neighborhood on north-south streets as well as east-west streets. Additionally, our solution includes cost-effective traffic calming speed humps and small deployable planter-style traffic circles at internal intersections. Specifically for Main Street, we are proposing another radar speed display, a raised crosswalk, a parking-based chicane system using the existing parking that's there. Our plan goes further than the current versions to create a safer and more equitable solution for all Old West Lawrence streets, both local and collector. And it should be noted that we believe that based on the learnings from our process in the city, we think this will actually bring speed down. So you asked that question about speeds. We think it will bring speeds down more. I believe our plan will create more multimodal use of our neighborhood streets and increase the return on our investment on these public assets for all citizens of Lawrence. And what we learn from this process should be spread out throughout the city of Lawrence and benefit all neighborhoods. We're appreciative to be part of the neighborhood traffic management program. We've committed hundreds of volunteer hours to the program. And before I forget and not read my notes, we do have layouts, we do have diagrams and schematics. We have been working very hard. This is not some pie in the sky on the back of a napkin design. It was at one time, but it's cleaned up.
Thank you, Charlie.
Can I just have a few more seconds?
Okay.
Sorry. We've committed hundreds of volunteer hours to the program, and we stand prepared to help improve the process for the city of Lawrence so more of Lawrence can enjoy the streets in their many modes. Having said that, Old West Lawrence Association respectfully requests that the Multi-Modal Transportation Commission grant us more time to work with the city and vote no on the agenda item before you. By doing so, we in the city can improve the process and the results for all neighborhoods in Lawrence. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Eric Kirkendall. I live at 714 Mississippi Street. I applaud the city for initiating the neighborhood traffic management program. Our teams started out knowing nothing about traffic management. We've learned a lot from the engineers. We've taught ourselves a lot as well. Because I want to give you a little bit of history when I talk about Mississippi and Main Streets. Because Old West Lawrence is a grid-based neighborhood, you've heard about the traffic and safety problems we've had. It's really dangerous. I'll give you one specific. Right before this, I can't breathe in this. Right before this project kicked off, 2 cut-through drivers collided at about 8th and Indiana. Their cars crashed into the car of a resident, seriously injuring her, sending her to the hospital, and destroying her car. If this happened right before school let out, and it happened on a block with 8 children. So it could have been a lot worse. So that's why we're so motivated to do that. You've heard about Mississippi Street has the worst traffic in the neighborhood. Before this pilot, one of the blocks, the 800 block had 1,200 cars a day. quite incredible. There were two, as you know, there were two revisions of the plan of the pilot, and I'm calling Rev 1 and Rev 2. Rev 1 was really successful at reducing traffic volumes on the local streets of Old West Lawrence, 23%. Where it was very unsuccessful was it pushed most of that traffic to Main Street, which is an arterial, but it pushed more than we anticipated, but even worse and even more inequitably. It pushed a lot of traffic to Michigan. We found that unacceptable. It's just not fair for one neighborhood to do that to another. In fairness, I do want to point out the revision 1 was created in full participation of our team. We simply didn't quite know what we were doing. And as has been explained, this was a pilot and it was a test and it was a new approach. So after Rev 1, after we saw the data, we asked the city, please consider other approaches. We've started learning about safe streets approaches. We asked them, please consider that or other approaches, because we wanted to keep the gains we had, but we wanted to resolve those problems. The city chose a Rev 2, which was just a modification really of Rev 1. And it did a great job in terms of reducing that local traffic, dropped another 10 points. Fantastic. Did nothing to help Maine and Michigan, unfortunately. So because of that, just 2 days ago, we voted unanimously to move to a different kind of solution if our neighbors like it. We're 13 people on the traffic team. There's probably 1,000 adults in Old West Lawrence. We need the time to involve those folks. Sure. We believe that the approach we have, and we'd love to talk about it at some point, will be really transformative for Lawrence. It's a safe streets type approach. It could be applied in any kind of neighborhood. Lawrence hasn't done this before. This is a pilot. We'd like to try it out, and we'd like your help and support in doing so. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Eric.
Hi there, everyone. I'm Kyle Johnson. I live at 705 Main Street with my family. As a resident of Maine, I've been very concerned from the outset about an approach to traffic calming based primarily on the use of barriers or diverters. It was clear to me that this approach would push a great deal of traffic onto Main and may do very little to stop aggressive speeding in the neighborhood. Most residents of Maine feel that the current solution is inequitable, and because of this, I started out at odds with other members of the traffic team. I wasn't on the traffic team at the time. Traffic on Main has gone up by 40%, as has been noted by this program. However, the traffic team expanded, and this group has worked very hard to discuss shared values and form consensus. It says quite a lot that some of us who started out as fiercely divided can now stand up here and speak on behalf of our shared solution here, appreciate each other's contributions to this effort, and agree wholeheartedly on next steps. To be honest, I think our group provides an example of how inclusive community governance can work really well. And I'm candidly really proud of our efforts and how our group worked to build consensus. Now we need to be given the opportunity, or we would appreciate the opportunity, to communicate this consensus with the neighborhood and seek their input. We all represent different constituencies and feel strongly that this consensus will heal a rift within OWL that developed over this project and provide very valuable lessons learned for future neighborhoods going forward through this program. Without a doubt, the lessons we've learned during this process will significantly improve the program, but please give us the chance to take it to the finish line. We're very close. Also, a few items to note based on Stephen's presentation. The goal was to reduce cut-through traffic, but they didn't have a way to measure cut-through traffic. And overall, Stephen noticed that traffic difference went up by 0.34%, almost completely flat. I believe this has been more of a traffic routing project than a traffic calming project that we would all like. And the second iteration provided speed humps, and they worked really well. In fact, Stephen said, and I quote, "In all cases, speeds were reduced." However, he said that they were not, that speeds were not impacted except for where those speed humps were installed. So our solution has a lot more speed humps. In conclusion, we have unanimous support from 11 people who represent different parts of the neighborhood, a strong solution for traffic calming, not just traffic rerouting, an equitable solution that could serve as a model in any neighborhood going forward, and a desire to share our process and solutions with the neighborhood and collect their feedback before moving ahead. Thank you for the opportunity to continue to work to improve this program.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Haley Bruns. I reside at 810 West 8th Street between Mississippi and Illinois. My driveway is on 8th Street. I am a 21-year resident, and the traffic pilot was a welcome program as I have seen an increase in traffic volume and speed along Mississippi. I joined the traffic committee in February. While version 1 increased the traffic along 8th in front of my house with the implementation of a diverter at 8th and Mississippi, it decreased speed and created a safer crossing along Mississippi. Unfortunately, this version excluded the eastern part of the neighborhood from using the traffic light at 9th and Mississippi, and this was not an equitable answer for the neighborhood. When version 2 was implemented, the diverter was removed at 8th and Mississippi, and the median at 8th and Illinois was installed. I feel the speed and volume of cars in Mississippi has increased since the diverter was removed. I had direct experience, however, with the new installation, as my driveway only allows me to enter from the east and exit facing west. It does force me to Alabama or Maine. This would be the same for anyone heading north on Illinois and encountering the median. The traffic force towards Maine concerns me as we strive to have safe streets for all neighbors, especially with the street lined by houses from 6th to 9th. Through the extensive work of this team, a well-researched, equitable, unanimous plan has been sought. This has been attained by the committee, and I request more time to share it with our neighbors. This is advantageous for our neighborhood and the rest of Lawrence, as other neighborhoods, streets, and areas of town seek safer streets. Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there any additional public comment from those in the room? Okay, looks like we have quite a few online. So Christina, if you could, I guess, assist with, I don't know how we're going to choose who goes first.
Nancy Stark had raised her hand first.
That's as good method as any. Nancy, you have 3 minutes once you are ready to go.
Hi, everybody. I own a little house at 720 Louisiana. I don't currently live there. My tenants do. And I'm not clear if I'm coming back to Old West Lawrence to live in August. But I'm still paying attention to what has happened. And I guess the reason I put my hand up so early is I wanted to ask the man doing the presentation whether the after data was collected when KU was not in session. Because I think that really impacts Mississippi as a cut-through street. And the only general thing I really want to add to what the team has done, I think they've done terrific work. And I would encourage you not to dismiss that work by going ahead and voting today, but to hold off the vote until their suggestions can be fully discussed amongst the neighborhood and implemented by you, and then data be collected on whether that makes a difference. The only comment I would like to make is that it feels to me like Main Street has kind of been thrown under the bus. Yes, it is the collector street for medical vehicles going to Lawrence Memorial Hospital, and that is important. But to allow Maine to have a 40% increase in traffic is not respecting that it's a residential street, just like the other residential streets. And there are lots of other things that I think can and should be considered to not just kind of allow Maine to not be counted. Thanks.
Thank you. And Stephen, I know you want to address that, but I think that I've heard it a couple of times, so I'm going to wait until after public comment to address that. Thank you, though. Okay, who's next on the phone?
That would be Ben Hayes.
All right.
Hello and thank you. So I live at 800 Ohio Street on the corner of 8th and Ohio, and I have lived in various locations in Old West Lawrence since 2010, and frankly would not live anywhere in Lawrence other than Old West Lawrence. I think it is a wonderful place to live. And one of the things that has made it a wonderful place to live has been the incredible spirit of community that generally prevails in the neighborhood. However, the initial deployment of the traffic diverters, barriers, however you characterize them, was the most divisive event in the time that I have lived in Old West Lawrence. Neighbors were set against each other in a way that I have not experienced in the time that I've been here over the effectiveness, the appropriateness, et cetera, of the traffic barriers. So we now have a situation where iteration 1 has been thoroughly studied and iteration 2 has been thoroughly studied. However, we have, through an iterative process in the neighborhood, achieved consensus with representatives from throughout the neighborhood as to what the final solution, and apologies for the term, should look like. And so I think that, for the sake of the cohesion of our neighborhood, if for nothing else, there should be an opportunity for the committee to present its proposed solution to the board. And if further study needs to be done, then okay. But I think that there is, it is frankly remarkable that we have a consensus recommendation because we started out in a place that was far from consensus. So since we have a consensus recommendation and it is not the current configuration, I think that it is only fair to the residents of Old West Lawrence who have been through a lot over this issue to delay final implementation, hear the committee's recommendations, and take appropriate action based thereon. Thank you.
Thanks. Who is next?
Martha Caminero.
Hi, I'm Marta Caminero Santangelo. I live at 639 Mississippi since November. Can everybody hear me? Sorry, just wanted to make sure I could unmute. And my partner is currently building his home at 635 Mississippi. I just want to agree with all of the recent comments that have been made. Since moving in, we've been aware that this has been an incredibly contentious and conflicted issue for the community. I'm really impressed with the Old West Lawrence Association team and the hard work that they've been putting in to reach a solution that would bring the neighborhood together and that would receive and account for all of the input that has been given. I want to second and third and fourth all the requests that the committee be given more time to do its work and present its suggestions and recommendations to the community as a whole. I really feel that voting to approve the current configuration would feel like quite honestly a slap in the face to the neighborhood without taking into sufficient account neighborhood feedback on the current configuration. And the second Lawrence Listen survey, is that what it's called, has not even been allowed to happen yet. If we vote this configuration in, then it would be tantamount to the city saying they don't really want to listen. So I'd really hope that that not be the case. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, who's next?
No one else has their hand raised at this time.
Okay, just I guess final call then for anybody who is online. If you haven't yet raised your hand, but you did want to comment, please do so now. That is, raise your hand, not comment, not all at once. All right. Well, in that case, bring back up to the commission. Thank you, everybody, for your participation. I certainly appreciate that. And I'll be the first one to say I did not expect that to be as unified as a response as I did, because I hadn't heard from anybody since it was first rolled out, and it was kind of the neighborhood civil war. So I assumed it was going to be a whole lot of pros and cons. So definitely kudos to the neighborhood for kind of working out your differences and coming to a solution. So I think it's a good model for the neighborhoods. I'm not going to start off. Who else wants to get going? I have a whole bunch of questions, and if I just start, I feel like we'll never end. So.
I just have a question for staff. It seems really clear to me that we're considering this before there's been completion of the public input process, and I'd like to know why.
It was just purely, I didn't get the survey up and ready to go in time to, again, have it open for at least 2 weeks and then be able to close it and pull all the data together and have that ready to present tonight. And
so is there any problem with just deferring this?
Tonight, that could be an action to defer it.
I mean, is there any consequence from your perspective? Does it create a problem for the city to do that?
Well, I would say I haven't seen the proposal that's been worked out. So I mean, I would like to see that. And so I mean, my recommendation based off of the feedback that I've heard tonight would be to direct us to look at that and the cost and the time to do another round and what the schedule would be for another round.
Yeah, that basically covers every single thing I wanted to ask. How much longer do you need? And what does the plan look like? Does it conform to, MMTC or NACDA for that matter? Does it conform to city standards? What does the city think about it? How much more is it going to cost? Those would all be really good to know, but I'm certainly willing to I suppose vote in favor of something like that. I did have a couple more questions that are sort of for the group at large. Is there anybody who can kind of speak for the group, or shall we just do a show of hands? What would you prefer? Who's the king? or the queen for that matter? Okay, that's good enough. What do you think the extent of buy-in is for folks who aren't here? For other people in the neighborhood who maybe either haven't been involved at all, like how have you been gauging the response on Facebook and Nextdoor and all that jazz? Do you think it's pretty 100% buy-in at this point now that you reached consensus? Or at least 50 and up?
We really do need to roll this out to the neighborhood to build that consensus, to be honest with you. But we do have, broad geographic representation on the committee now, and especially, from the negatively affected roads. And so that's all my comment. If others have more to add to that, feel free to hop up.
Certainly, we want to be able to take this to our neighborhood in a format to allow them to ask questions about this proposal we have spent hundreds of hours working on. I don't think we would be here if we didn't think that it would be widely supported by the neighborhood. And we're just asking for the opportunity to do that.
Okay.
I think we kind of represent different constituencies, and we can go get our constituencies on board, bring their feedback back to the group, and again, work it out.
Okay. That's kind of what I figured. I just wanted to kind of hear from you. What else was I going to say? Just out of curiosity, how many of you had not been involved with Old West Lawrence goings on prior to the traffic calming pilot? Just by a show of hands, like who wasn't involved at all? Okay.
Oh, I'm not involved. Wait,
Okay.
Restate that.
Who was not involved prior to the traffic calming pilot?
Not involved in.
But now you are. You didn't used to be involved.
I was not on the committee.
Okay, but this is Galvin. Okay, I was just kind of curious because it seemed like that was a common thread that there was a lot of people who hadn't really been particularly involved, but now very much are. So.
So we had a smaller committee to begin with for 9 months, maybe 11 months, and then it dramatically expanded by nearly 400.
Yeah.
And there's another, 4 or 5 people who aren't here, but might be listening along.
Okay, thank you.
And there were a couple hands raised in the chat.
Anybody else?
The comment that I have is I think that we at least need to have the second Lawrence Listen survey as response to the second iteration. Now, not having seen the proposal and whether it's viable or, whether affordable, a whole lot of issues that we don't know about. But I think that, that it seems to me that we need to at least have that next step of public input, to be able to do due diligence in terms of recommending a way forward.
So I was going to ask, has JEO and MSO yet looked at the OWL proposal? Sounds like no, but that's the next step. And Charlie already asked, what are the consequences if we were to delay decision? Sounds like not really anything, right? It's not like we need to meet a budget cycle or anything if we were to kind of pump the brakes on this.
No.
Okay.
It would just be delaying another round. So I would say, we would look at the option, and then if we were to implement something that would need and get traffic data, it would occur in the fall when school is back in session, so that it's compared to the data before when school was in session.
Okay. And that kind of segues actually into another thing that I think was a common thread. There was a couple of commenters who noted on the possible, the possibly dubious timing of some of the data collection. So Stephen, I was hoping you could comment on that, or Dustin, or whoever was in charge of that. We could get a general sense of when data was collected, because I don't know.
Yeah, I'll be brief. I have the dates, but we purposefully, of course, we had before data last fall, and then the between data, late fall, early winter, and then of course the after data this past spring. We purposefully avoided Thanksgiving break. We purposely we did make sure that we collected our data before stop day in December, and we avoided spring break this spring. We got done before stop day this spring. So we really tried to keep the KU's calendar in mind as we collected data. So I do have the exact dates of all the counts if anyone's interested.
That's okay. It's not like I'm that familiar with the academic calendar. In terms of the issue of students being in campus or on campus for classes or not, my memory of recent history is failing me. When did KU go back to largely in-person learning versus online?
I believe it was last fall, wasn't it?
Last fall.
Fall.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
At least my daughter said she was here, so I'm going on that.
Okay. Thank you. I was also curious. Sorry, I should have told you to stay up there. Somebody brought up bad behavior around diverters. Could you comment on, your experience and what the literature says, maybe about how diverters induce bad behavior in drivers?
Well, ideally, a permanent installation, it would be very, very, very uncomfortable to drive over. Of course, these are temporary. They're just rubber curbs, and they're probably not. I haven't tried it, but they're probably not too uncomfortable to drive over, because these are just temporary installations. So again, you just have to rely on you put up the signing, you put up the markings, you rely on the drivers to make the right decision, but a lot of people don't. And but any permanent installation would be designed to really make it uncomfortable for somebody to try to mount them.
Okay, thank you.
I got a quick question. should have asked this before. Are the speed feedback signs, are those permanent or are those part of the temporary installation?
It was part of the temporary installation, but I think there's been so much, I be careful what I say as speaking for the city, but I think that there's been so much positive feedback about it. Is it a temporary device out there, or is it a permanent application item?
They could be either, but we've intended them to be temporary so that we can use them throughout the city.
Okay.
We have left these up longer term, throughout the study period of this project.
Okay. Yeah.
Thank you.
That's a question for Dave, I guess. So are both Main and 6th Street arterials, or are they some kind of sub classification within the arterial bucket?
Main and
6th.
6th Street's a principal arterial. Main Street is a collector.
Okay, so it's not even an arterial, it's just a collector street. Okay. Does that prohibit any sorts of traffic calming or other street treatments that could be done on Main, since it's not a local street?
Yeah, collector streets, we don't do diverters, anything that cuts off emergency access, or raised speed humps. We do the speed cushions on collector streets that have the cutouts, so emergency vehicles can go through and not delay their response time. So
What
they
about chicanes and circles?
I don't know if we've done we've done some traffic circles on a few collector streets. Obviously, we'll slow down response times, but as long as emergency vehicles can get through, and it's, when we do traffic calming projects, we do that in coordination with Fire and Med to make sure that, depending on their routes, that it won't impact their service delivery times, but it's an option.
Okay.
What was the other one you mentioned?
Chicanes, especially if they're
Chicanes,
parking
yeah.
chicanes.
We did chicanes on 21st Street.
That's definitely local, right?
Yep. It's collector.
What is it? Okay.
In Harvard.
Yeah, it goes right by the high school, right south of the high school.
Yeah.
Harvard is a collector.
Harvard is a
And it
collector.
has several circles.
It's got traffic circles.
So chicanes are a maybe, sounds like. Is the jury out on whether that would be acceptable on Main or not? I don't know if that's what you guys are proposing. I'm just kind of seeing what's available here.
Well, we need to look at the details of the street width and the design of the chicane. I would tell you, I think we would want to still maintain two-way traffic on Main Street. When you get into a chicane, it really narrows the road, and so there may be some concern about that from emergency vehicles. And the other thing with the chicanes is it would just there would be some removal of parking, and so depending on where those are at, so
Okay, so
we've done them before.
yeah.
Yep.
Okay. Anybody else have any other questions, comments?
Yeah, I had a question. I'm just curious how big of chunk of the budget is the pilot program? Like if we're adding another pilot, it'd be a shame to burn up much more of the budget on the pilot and have less for, permanent infrastructure. I'm just curious how big of the chunk it is to do, we're adding one more pilot to the project potentially.
We estimate it would be another $20,000 to $25,000 for another iteration of data collection analysis and coming up with a plan for a different recommendation.
So it looks like in the budget, and I know we're skipping ahead to the next agenda item, but the information's there. For the 2022 budget, it looks like there's $15,000 for the permanent traffic calming design, $15,000 for the data collection equipment, though I don't know if that's purchase or rental or what, and then $10,000 for supplies for the temporary installations. And again, I don't know if that's something that you can reuse in different pilots or not, but yeah, that sounds like that kind of tracks. Might be on the low end based on what I'm seeing here, but Okay. So, all right. And then a permanent traffic calming installation is 158,000 a year. Is that the one for Old West Lawrence then? Or is that just an estimate for just a generic traffic calming?
The 158,000 was a cost estimate based on the recommendation tonight.
Okay. Sounds good. Doesn't sound like a huge amount of dollars in the grand scheme of things. But the total budget for each year just is, it's about 275,000-ish, kind of varies year to year, but that's about on average what the program costs. Okay. I'm about ready for a decision. Anybody else have any final comments, questions? Or the time for motion?
I mean, I wonder if we could entertain feedback just on the budget from the residents, whether or not, it sounds like they probably do want to definitely do another pilot, but knowing that it's about 16% of, the budget of the final installation, would you still, choose that option? I guess with as much consensus.
Sure, it's a great question. I think, we all put our best foot forward on this, on the data collection. It was a challenge. We actually are all data collectors walking around every day, driving every day, and we really understand what we have. We actually would probably, if we can work it out with the city, choose a street or two to try this on and not expend a massive amount on data collection. Like it was mentioned earlier, we're a group of folks that are used to, working with engineers, working with projects, working with municipalities and counties. We think that we can creatively stay within this budget and achieve an outstanding solution here. We just think let us meet with the city and meet with them and discuss these opportunities and options. And we think that we can come up with a fantastic solution. And on the chicanes, I think once we look at the alignment, we want emergency vehicles to get everywhere on time. We think we have plenty of road width for what we're proposing, but naturally, Dave, Dustin, Stephen, they need to look at it as well.
I'd like to just add in there. I know we have a budget, but in my opinion, it'd be more useful to figure out what the neighborhood really wants and what that might cost, and then deal with the cost as a separate item. I mean, that's something the city commission would need to consider.
Yeah.
But in most neighborhoods, if there's enough agreement on something, people are willing to help with that cost. And the city has mechanisms to, essentially allow a neighborhood to establish a benefit district and pay for it. So if that's to the benefit of the neighborhood and they can mobilize enough support for that, it seems like it shouldn't be taken off the table before they even get there. So that would be my opinion. I don't know that it's outside of our scope, obviously, but the neighborhood doesn't have the scope. Therefore, they can figure out and how they can get it done. So I'd like to see them, have a chance to do that.
I think one last comment I'd like to make is just that, this is a pilot project and it's intended as a pilot project for the rest of the community. And I think getting this process right in the pilot project in terms of public engagement and input is really important as we go forward to other neighborhood projects. And so, to cut off that, that public input too soon, I think would kind of circumvent, the idea of the program itself.
Mhm.
Yeah, that's pretty much what I wanted to say, that it's not just a technology pilot, it's an engagement pilot and encouragement pilot, and just like how to run these things. And it's similar to the sidewalk repair program where we're still kind of figuring it out, or bike boulevards. They're all pretty new. So some kind of grace and leeway is to be expected with timing and budget, I think.
But also to, recognize the effort of staff and the consultant in terms of the work they've done so far, and, not to, cast a negative look at all of that, but that, you know, that we're all learning as we go forward.
Anything else from up here? Otherwise, I'd entertain a motion to do something.
I I move that we defer approval of the recommended permanent traffic calming installation in the Old West Lawrence neighborhood.
Seconded.
Any further discussion before we do roll call? Okay, Christina, please. Oh,
I
Douglas.
did. Sorry.
Sorry. I just knew it was behind me. Okay, Damon Baltuska,
Yes.
Laura Bennett,
Yes.
Will Sharp,
Yes.
Aaron Caden,
Yes.
Pat Collette,
Yes.
Charlie Bryan,
Yes.
Nick Kuzmiak,
Yes.
Douglas Redding,
Yes.
Althea Schnacke is absent. Motion carries 8-0.
Thank you very much, everybody. It's been almost 2 hours straight. I'm almost thinking it might not be a bad idea to do a quick break because I think the next one's going to be kind of a doozy. So not a bad doozy, just a detailed doozy, right? So I would propose that we reconvene at 8 if that's all right with everybody.
Sure.
So, all right.
Yep.
Thanks, so. and Douglas will catch up. It's a big agenda item. So,
He's on his way.
okay. No need then. At ease.
I'll just leave it in there right now. So that's what was in there. We just have to revise it.
It was, but
Adjust it.
I
I don't know what to move it to.
Or what is? Okay, we're going to resume our regularly scheduled meeting. We're still on agenda items, but we're moving into number 2. Consider providing feedback on the Neighborhood Traffic Management Program 2022 work plan and budget. Consider providing feedback on revisions to the Neighborhood Traffic Management Program. Dustin, take it away, please.
Thank you. Dustin Smith, Senior Project Engineer with MSO again. And I think we'll step through the first item and pause for feedback and then move to the second one because they are kind of distinct items. Neighborhood Traffic Management Program in general is our revamped traffic calming program where we're taking a more holistic approach to traffic calming. And the pilot project that we discussed earlier was a big part of this starting in 2021 and continuing into this year's effort. And those were all, or that was part of the overall program as it was revised. So we did talk about our 2021 progress that we made on the program and our actual spending at the December 6th, 2021 meeting. So just hit the highlights again of what we accomplished kind of since the launch of the program in early 2021. We reduced the speed limit on all local streets to 25 miles per hour, installed over 1,000 new speed limit signs. We had a spring and fall launch of a high-profile public outreach and education campaign to encourage safer driving behaviors. And we've got a link to the final report from the campaign in the item here. At the same time, we also collected traffic speed and volume on several streets in town, and those locations, we selected 16 representative streets throughout town to collect before and after data on speed and volume, and then also use the traffic safety reporting tool. Concerns we were getting through those as we were doing that data collection, we would look for hotspots in the reporting tool and collect data on those, and then use that data to determine our locations for targeted enforcement. Because we did, again, with the 2021 program, had a line item in the budget for enforcement specifically. And we were able to use that and the data to do our targeted enforcement. And then again, we in 21 started the traffic calming pilot project with Old West Lawrence and have continued into 2022 with our second iteration. And so this is our draft of our 2022 budget for the Neighborhood Traffic Management Program. And I'll try and be a little brief on the line items as we do have descriptions below, and I'll answer any questions if you have them. So again, we had budgeted for another neighborhood to study and having a consultant on board to help with that. Again, targeted enforcement with a dedicated funding to provide that enforcement with the PD. And then printing and media, that's kind of backstocking the education and outreach campaign materials. The yard signs had a huge demand for those. We actually reordered in the fall and had distributed all of the yard signs, but we do have backstock of most of the other material that we printed for the campaign, but we would like to restock the yard signs. And then the supplies for temporary installations were kind of literally nuts and bolts and signposts for what similar to what we did with the pilot project this year, the temporary installations that we evaluate as part of the pilot project. Data collection equipment, we do have a kind of ongoing annual fee for subscription fees for most of our traffic counting equipment has cellular data connections and typically some sort of data management fee because they all have an online dashboard that we can access and see the data almost in real time. And then the last couple items were to close out the Old West Lawrence project was we would need to have a design consultant help us with design for the permanent installation, and then the $158,000. The last item there was the cost estimate for the installation that we recommended earlier. And then if we scroll down just to the bottom of the page is some new information that's not the line item. So just kind of a accounting of last year to this year. In 2021, we did not use all of the budget that we had because we had intended to roll some of that into this year for the permanent installation of the Old West Lawrence project. So that was $118,000 rolled from 2021 to 2022. And then, but we did end up using 26,000 of that 118 for the, I guess we'll call it the third round of data collection, the evaluating the second iteration of the pilot project. And so then we do the math, and based on our recommended total budget for 2022 of 273,000, we would need to do a budget adjustment within it. So to move an additional 181,000 into the 2022 budget to accommodate the draft budget that's at the top. And then looking ahead to 2023, we're kind of having those conversations currently, and we're proposing 300,000 for the 2023 neighborhood traffic management program budget. Okay, so I guess that concludes the items on the draft budget for 2022. If we have any comments or questions on that.
Yeah, I think it's a good idea to probably break this down into budget, work plan, and then revisions. So let's go with that. So any sort of technical questions from commissioners on that?
I think this came up earlier, but for the targeted enforcement, that's paying for overtime hours. Is that correct?
Yeah, so I think we found a pretty clean way to make sure that the program is only paying for enforcement because it's on an overtime volunteer basis by the actual officers. And then that also, since it's volunteer overtime, we're not taking away from their other services that they would be doing during their normal shift. So it's clean for them, clean for us to get what we pay for.
So in this next budget, then you would also still have targeted enforcement that would go forward for 2023. Is that going to be a line item in 2023?
We definitely would intend to continue the targeted enforcement.
Okay.
We get a lot of requests for enforcement, and it's very effective.
Mm-hmm.
Great.
So I'm trying to figure out how the budget works, honestly. So 2021 rolled 118 over into 2022, which was originally planned for 273 in total, right? So to make up that additional, you need the 181,000, more or less. It says here, though, that a budget adjustment within MSO needs to be 181,000. So does that mean that it wasn't originally planned? Like we knew it was going to cost 273,000, but we didn't budget anything. So all we have is leftover. We have to add new budget from MSOs overall. I'm not sure if I follow.
Yeah, Dave Kern, I'll jump in. That's correct. So the neighborhood traffic management program was in the CIP. Last year got removed from the CIP and it was put in the operating budget, or 2 years ago. And so it was not in the operating budget in 2022. So I believe we could find the funds to roll over the amount that we need to do what we would have done for the program if we had 300,000 or 275. So that's what we presented tonight, how we would break it up, given that we had those funds. Depending on where we end up with permanent traffic calming in Old West Lawrence and the cost of that, that's where we would, we had intended to spend some of that money on the permanent installation. That may not happen this year, or may not all. Maybe we do a portion. I don't know. It just depends on. We got some work to do on that. But so this, I think at this point, I would say that this is kind of in flux, given that the Old West Lawrence, we're going to do some more work on it, and the study consultant, the 50,000 on there, that was the intention was to go to have another neighborhood or another, review of a neighborhood program like we did in Old West Lawrence. So that I think we're going to need to put that on hold until we finish the Old West Lawrence project.
I agree.
And so that money, we set the budget last year in 2021, and we had we didn't spend 118,000. We spent a lot, but we didn't spend it all. And so this is the way we would spend the money. And I think some will come in more, some will come in less, but just looking for any feedback on what we had, how we would recommend the 273. But again, the 50,000 and the 158. Well, and then the design too. I don't know what the design, just depends on, where we land with the neighborhood on that. So those, how we spend those dollars, don't know yet.
So I think I'm starting to get it. Is the $26,000 for the Old West Lawrence pilot the only thing that's been spent of that rollover budget?
That's correct.
That makes sense. So basically what we're looking at is 118 minus 26 plus 181 gets us to 273, which was the plan. My question is, if the city moved NTMP from the CIP to MSO's operating budget, which is a heck of an alphabet soup, and did they correspondingly increase MSO's operating budget, or were they just like figured out?
I don't know what happened with that. The determination was made on the CIP that since there's not all of the money is being spent on capital improvements. We spent money on the, equipment and some equipment and data collection. And so in discussion with finance, I think last year they decided to, and I thought it was in there this year, but it wasn't. So it was a mistake that we made. And, but I'm not saying we couldn't do what we intended to do if we can find some money to do it. And I think that's what we would recommend if we had, something to spend it on.
Yeah.
So
do you think, I guess, where are you thinking the money would come from? What are the consequences, for example, of us approving this? Are we going to miss out on stuff on non-motorized projects or something completely out of our jurisdiction?
Yeah, well, I would, we're on this item tonight, we're getting feedback. We're not approving it. And I think we need to have some more discussions, given the pilot project on what we would recommend to move forward and how much money we may need. But, we still do want to do some of, work on the enforcement and education. That we don't want to lose momentum on that. So I
guess it's kind of tricky because, knowing what we know in this bubble, yeah, I would definitely vote to increase it or just give you feedback and recommendation that we should get us up to that $273,000 that was originally planned. But the huge gap in my knowledge is like, what are we taking away from with that, right? Is it something that's even more important? Is it going to require cutting staff hours? Is it going to require deferring pothole maintenance, right? Like I have no idea what the magnitude is of stuff that isn't going to happen. Or maybe there is an additional, 180,000 in the budget that just kind of snuck in there. I don't know. So that would be my feedback, is that I personally would need more information to make a decision. Does anybody else have any comments on that? We'll have to provide some kind of unified feedback, I think. So
Well, I think regarding the budget, I think the issue is a lot of the funds are really programmatic. And then there's kind of a line that is probably more appropriate to be in the CIP. But however the city wants to manage it, it's their call. I just see it as there's probably too much of this that is not CIP, that it has to be under operating expense. And that's good for us because this is more than just building speed humps,
Yeah.
So I see it as it's really good that we have operating funds to do traffic work in neighborhoods. And a lot of this seems to be, the engagement process, which the city cares about. So let's assume that they want to fund that kind of work. I mean, we got a whole neighborhood that's figured out how to work together to come up with a proposal that apparently months ago no one saw coming, right? Because they were pretty divided over this. So feels like they were able to demonstrate, that even if this wasn't orchestrated by the city, like there's a reaction from the neighborhood. They got engaged, probably to everyone's benefit, at least fingers crossed. I mean, it looks like that's where it's headed.
I think when you mentioned the fact that the bigger chunk is not programmatic, but is in fact really a capital expense, being that it's over 100,000. I guess that's a question for MSO. When you talked with finance, did they know that this project was going to be over 100,000, or was that not yet decided at the time?
It wasn't decided.
Is there any way we can kick this back and say like, no, this definitely is a capital project and should be on CIP?
I mean, whether it's a capital project or a portion is or not, it's the program, it's the program fund. So
It's more of an emergency thing for this year, right? Because we don't really know where the funds are coming from. Like in the future, it really should be in programming. I agree with that.
Well, that's staff's responsibility to identify the funds and justify the use of them. So that's our next step. But if you have any feedback on percentages of what we've outlined, think maybe we should do more enforcement or, more data collection. We'd welcome that. I mean, we showed you the map earlier of the complaints that we've received, or the requests, and speeding all over the community. And, it's, we can't build a speed hump on every street or traffic calming on every residential street. This is not feasible. So we want to continue to do some of the education and enforcement. And
what was the budget for targeted enforcement last year?
We budgeted 40, but we were only able to spend about 25 just due to PD availability.
Yeah. So
they did as much as they could and they did a lot, but we only spent about 25.
And is your sense that was well worth it? I mean,
I think so.
So is it necessary to spend even more on that, or
is it possible to spend even more on that, right?
Yeah.
If they didn't have the time last year, they're gonna have the time this year, and it's already June. So I don't know. That's maybe a $10,000 line item instead.
That's basically where the 20,000 number came from, was that we spent 25 last year and we weren't going to get it, up and rolling until June this year.
And making that small adjustment this overall doesn't because there's flexibility there, right? If you don't spend it on targeted enforcement this year, you could spend it on other things that may cost more. So, 20,000 to 15 or 20,000 to 25 is not, in the scheme of things, is not a huge percentage. And so I'd say that if you know that 40,000 was more than you could get from PD, then having some number less than that makes sense. And that if you do have the flexibility in line items to tweak it a little bit as you go, once you know what actual expenses are, I think that makes total sense.
The 10,000 for supplies for temporary installations, is that to buy more stuff or to replace stuff?
That would not be purchasing any new like rubber speed humps or curb. That's basically literally the bolts that hold them in the ground. And I think we spent over 5,000 just on signposts and the signs that were out for that. So it's really just kind of an operating expense of doing the temporary installations.
Are you not able to reuse the equipment anywhere? I mean, obviously not the anchor bolts, right? But
We do intend to reuse the rubber curb and the speed humps that, provided they're still in good shape, which they are supposed to have that kind of durability that you can pick them up and move them around.
okay. Any other comments, questions from up here?
How about the budget?
Yeah, comments about the budget, basically. I mean, at this point, I feel like the only feedback I can give is that what I'm seeing looks good, but I won't be able to make any decision, which is not being asked of us, but I won't be able to make any decision until I know where it comes from. But I mean, in terms of proportions and amounts, it looks pretty in line with what we've seen last year and adjusted for the realities of how it went. Dustin, I'm assuming that this is the budget that you crafted. Do you have any qualms about any part or any further revisions, or you think this probably makes sense given what you've seen?
Yeah, I wouldn't say I had any qualms with it, and you were correct in stating that the 2022 budget was basically looking what we actually spent in 2021 and projecting that forward with the unknowns being the permanent installation and how much that would cost. We didn't know that until just a couple of weeks ago when we kind of finalized our recommendation.
Okay. Well, that's all I need to know. Does anybody else have other budget related questions? Work plan stuff?
So there's work plan, budget, and then revisions to the program.
Yeah. So we're just going to talk about budget and work plan now and then revisions after that. So
Okay.
I think that should make sense. I mean, if we have to revisit it, then we will. But
I guess I'm not sure I'm finding the work plan. Can you tell me what page that's on?
I guess the work plan would be kind of the details of the line items, the text below the budget numbers, which can spell out what that money's being spent on.
I guess I was expecting something more along the lines of a timeline and proposal around putting out a request to neighborhoods and such.
I have a feeling until we know the level of effort in the form of how much budget is allotted to each line item, we probably can't know the exact schedule because I guess that would depend on the money, right? Like if you only have $10,000 for target enforcement, then you go about it differently than if you had 20,000, I guess. So, okay. So it sounds like this is kind of the draft work plan based on what we know about the budget, but we'll learn more about it as we kind of dial in these numbers.
Yeah, it's a little more conceptual at this point until we do dial in the numbers and then we can put that to a schedule.
Okay. Well, if there aren't any other comments on this one, I think we can probably sum it up that our feedback is we generally agree with what we're seeing here so far based on what we've been told. It looks decent, but we'll be curious to see how it evolves once you learn more. And we would definitely like to see information brought back if possible on where the reallocation is coming from to fund the gap. So unless there's any other, I guess, specific items that you're hoping to get feedback on, I think that's probably it for us.
No, I didn't have any specific questions from my end, but I appreciate all the feedback and comments.
Sure. Yeah. Thanks for explaining it. It was a little bit confusing, but I think I get it. So shall we go on to revisions then? Sure. Sweet.
Okay. So the second half of the item is some proposed revisions to the neighborhood traffic management program as a whole. And I think all of these come kind of directly from lessons learned as we've implemented the program and specifically the Old West Lawrence traffic calming pilot project. So, and I guess the first one isn't specific to Old West Lawrence, but it is a common concern we have, or a common request we get, is for a speed hump on one street, one block. And the revision to the neighborhood traffic management program kind of eliminated that capability to be that flexible, I guess. We were intending to take a neighborhood-wide approach to traffic calming, and so we still get these individual requests for speed humps and don't have a great way to respond to them currently. So we would propose to add that back into the program of the application doesn't have to be from a neighborhood association. It could be, one street, one block, show a coalition of support from your neighbors, and it would be considered, with the application process. So the second revision that we're considering is, and this is definitely a lesson learned from Old West Lawrence, was we needed to do more broader public engagement on the front end of the project, both to make sure that we're hearing from everyone in the neighborhood, not just the team that is engaged with us directly, but anyone that would be impacted, but then also serves as just a second or however many kind of heads up. Hey, we're starting the project. Do you want to be involved? Here's how to get involved. Here's how to give us your input before any decisions are made. And then the third bullet there is to, again, this is definitely a lesson learned from Old West Lawrence, is to add back the thresholds that we had with the previous traffic calming policy, so that we're not expending resources putting traffic calming on streets that don't need them, if you will, based on measurable thresholds of 5 miles per hour over the posted speed limit, or traffic volumes that meet a minimum threshold before we would consider putting a diverter on. For instance, I think it was Ohio Street only had 200 to 300 vehicles per day in the before data. So this is a way to help address that and make sure we're staying really focused on where the problems are and where the data shows us the problems are, and not having to rely so much on the anecdotal stuff we hear from the neighborhood. Obviously we still listen and consider it, but use the data to, I guess, prove if it is actually a problem on specific streets before we would go to the effort of putting traffic calming out and collecting additional data, evaluating all of that. Again, resources expended. So I think I had, we scroll down, marked up this document here at the end. This was an exhibit that was attached to the resolution that established the neighborhood traffic management program. So this attachment kind of had some more detail that wasn't in the text of the resolution. And so the red here is my incorporating the bullet points from above into the actual document that kind of the program is based on.
Yeah, so the section 5 is I guess the 5 E's, it's the engineering side. So it's the neighborhood application. So whether it's a whole neighborhood or we get other requests that are smaller scale, we talked about a little in the study session. I think that's where we really need to have more detail on how we get those requests, how we handle them, and whether or not we go back to the exact same criteria we had before in the traffic calming policy or not. That's where we started with putting some numbers in there, because we would like to have something to evaluate the problem. So that was a starting point for our revision, I guess, on the data.
Shall we open up to questions and discussion, or Dustin, was there anything else?
No, I think I'm I'm ready for discussion.
Sounds good.
Any public comment on it?
It's probably not a bad idea. Yeah, so let's do public comment, please. I think we've had enough technical questions for right now.
Thanks. Charlie Sedlock, 630 Indiana. Do I have the 3-minute limit?
Yeah.
Great. Can we submit written comments? Okay.
Yes.
So let me just quickly roll through this just so you guys got a feel for it, and then we'll follow up with written. First of all, I think it's great that the city is looking at this from a continuous improvement model. That's great that we're always trying to get better. Real quickly, highly recommend keeping the neighborhood program. Adding the individual requests, I think, is very good. Recommend gathering data prior to design so we can fully characterize the problem and the potential solutions up front. Use the 85th percentile posted speed limit for design and device selection, especially in a slow neighborhood like Old West Lawrence. It's very critical. Announce and present the project budget and cost and potential solutions to the neighborhood so there's clarity and we don't have a lot of movement there. Communications and engagement, website presence, neighborhood meetings on input, neighborhood meetings on conceptual, neighborhood meetings on implementation plan. Here again, not trying to meeting everybody out, but we've learned a lot. Required geographic representation on neighborhood committees to ensure resident-driven solutions. We've gone all the way around the horn, as you've seen. Slow down the process for public input. I love the speed. I'm in business. I love the fact that you guys had a cadence that was quite speedy. It doesn't work really well when you're working in a public solution. That's why I'm in business. High quality data is vital. If there is a monitoring solution like you guys were talking about earlier, that would be a fantastic resource. Neighborhoods like Old West Lawrence really should be considered, whether you want to call it that or not, but a slow zone at 20 miles an hour. And I think the corridors or collectors should be slow zone collectors and should be classified as such. And they should also be at 85% percentile. And any surveys that you use, just really be careful with the design. My wife does that for a living, and I know what happens on her side when things go sideways. And when you're designing them, if you could look at the results for the overall, what Lawrence thinks, but also be able to dial into what the neighborhood thinks. So you can kind of see, do the neighbors hate it, or does everybody else hate it, or the neighbors love it, or everybody else love it? Because it is hard to ascertain. Thanks.
Interesting. Thanks a lot for feedback.
Thank you.
Okay. Is there any public comment on the phone/Zoom? It's looking like a no. All right, well, let's bring it back up to the commission. Does anybody have general comments, questions for either each other, Dustin, or whoever else?
I just had one question about the thresholds that are being added. I'm just curious, would these thresholds prohibit any of the Old West Lawrence streets from getting calming that you know of?
There were some streets that were less than the thresholds, I believe, but right, Dustin? Yeah.
There were only 2 or 3 streets that would have met the 1,000 vehicles per day.
Definitely were some on the first iteration. Because we had traffic calming on Ohio and Louisiana that had 200 or 300 vehicles per day, which is not very much. And the speeds, we had brick streets, and the speeds were low because they got the brick streets. And so we couldn't justify that. So that was one of the things we scaled back on the plan that we developed with the neighborhood to start. We said, well, is there really a need to have traffic calming on the streets? Let's take it off and see what the data tells us. So I think we need to have something, but that's what we used to do with the traffic calming policy before we had this program. And so I guess just for everyone's benefit of how that worked was we looked at everything in isolation. So you would get like 800 block of Main, someone would call in. And so we would survey that block and we would need to get 70% of the neighbors adjacent to the device to agree before we put it in, and it would need to meet the thresholds. And so sometimes if you were looking at a bigger neighborhood like Old West Lawrence, it would depend on where you put the device on what the, if it was a traffic circle, it'd be 70% around the intersection. If it was a speed hump, it'd be 70% around the mid block. So it could depend on who weighed in.
Mhm.
And so really the approval process under the old system really would not work in situations like Old West Lawrence. So we didn't, we had that question come up in some of our early meetings about like, how do you know if it's right? Like, is it approval? Is it just yes up, yes, no vote on if this happens or not? And so we obviously didn't have an answer. We want to get, what the majority want to see, but we didn't criteria it as well. We need to get over 50% of owners or residents.
Mhm.
So
I have a comment about the revising it to allow for smaller geographic areas to, possibly a single street or a single project. And I mean, it seems like with the old Traffic Safety Commission and that, their main function was just approving traffic calming and they were really backed up. There was a big, long list. I'm concerned about, the impact on the budget and how you would prioritize some of these smaller projects, or what percentage of the budget these smaller projects would get versus a neighborhood approach, a more systemic approach, and how that would work out. And, thinking about single street, and the recommendations that they might have, say, for instance, we're looking at Old West Lawrence, and if we had just been looking at Main Street, what recommendations would they have had versus the whole neighborhood? So I'm not sure how that would play out. I mean, I certainly understand from our earlier discussion in the study session and being able to respond to those other concerns. But in terms of this program, how that would all, if you have an idea of how that might all fit together. And, percentage going to one part of it versus another. Would that compromise the neighborhood approach? It's kind of the same thing that we ran into, I guess, with the sidewalk replacement program, looking at a whole zone and then versus, looking at the really critical areas where, there was, a more critical need perhaps on certain sidewalks. So.
mhm.
We're gonna answer first, or?
Oh, I guess my only comment would be, it just depends on the situation. Like, we don't want to look at it street by street in like Old West Lawrence or the grid network areas, where if you do something on, just for an example, Main Street that pushes traffic to Arkansas, Missouri, or whatever, there could be instances where you still have streets where people are using them as a cut through to avoid a busier street or a intersection. And we've had a few that were, that we've seen through the through the reporting website, where we've gone out and gotten data, and it was really isolated to that street, where if you did something or didn't do something there, it wouldn't affect any other street.
Right.
And so I think we need to be responsive to some of those and say, okay, well, this is a problem and it meets the criteria. Maybe that could be funded and done, pretty easily through the program.
Right.
And so it might be a combination of some smaller projects and then a neighborhood. But I mean, I would tell you the neighborhood, we've learned a lot on the program. We spent a lot of time on it, over a year and going, so a lot of staff time too. So I think we're that's my other concern is if we do a whole other neighborhood at the time, can we deliver it in a year? Or does it need to be a year and a half or 2 years? And maybe we do, a longer neighborhood project, but then we have some smaller ones that we can knock out. So there was like 20 to 25, I think, that were on the unfunded list when we scrapped the old program. That had met this criteria. And so I think it's important to have some criteria in there because we told them we're not going to, we did not do traffic calming on those streets, but I don't want to start spending money on other streets that were lower. I don't want to say lower priority. They just weren't as big of a problem. And so that's the struggle that I think we have because we've got limited funds and time and we want to prioritize them, but we've got, you can see all the red dots. Those are all the complaints we've gotten about just speeding. And so that's, yeah. So I think we would like to have some sort of hybrid. So it doesn't have to be a whole neighborhood or an established neighborhood association. The Old West Lawrence worked well as a pilot because they had a group internally that we worked with that were focused to learn about traffic calming, and it wasn't just staff presenting an idea. So,
well, and you're going to, get those from more organized neighborhoods, I guess. And so in terms of equity discussion, if you don't get proposals from a whole neighborhood, but you've still got a neighborhood that has some big needs, that might be a way of addressing some of those. But I just didn't know how if a hybrid approach, how you would divide up the budget so that we're still able to do a neighborhood, but get some of these other priorities out of the way also.
So I really like where this discussion is going. And I feel like this ties back into our study session where we try to figure out how do we solicit various projects. So I do agree that, though it's good to holistically look at an entire neighborhood, that does kind of starve the budget for everything else that's happening in the meantime. So it's good to have like a couple things here and there to make sure that either disorganized neighborhoods or very isolated problems still get solved while we're also solving the larger, trickier ones. Dave or Dustin, just out of curiosity, how much do you think, just throwing out a random budget number, if we were to add to the NTMP operating budget, do you think 100,000 would be an appropriate amount to be able to cover, say, 10 traffic calming issues a year? It obviously widely depends on what you're doing for traffic calming.
Yeah, I don't know if I could give a number. The time and the cost, a lot of the cost is in the time to do the work and the engagement and stuff. So that's where I don't know if we could do 10, but I think we could do more smaller scale projects.
Do we think $100,000 would be a reasonable amount to ask of City Commission to add to this operating budget in the name of community engagement, connected city, safe and welcoming neighborhoods? It checks a lot of boxes. And I know the city's not exactly flush with cash.
Yeah, well, we haven't spent our full allotment the last couple of years. And so until we're able to do that, it's hard to ask for more money.
What has been the biggest impediment, I guess, to not spending the full allotment? So Dustin talked about police not being able to devote as much time as we'd have hoped. Have there been other issues where we just can't spend the money?
Well, I think we had reserved a chunk for the permanent installation in Old West Lawrence. So, naturally we hadn't spent that. Originally, when we started this way back, we kind of delayed the rollout with COVID. But then when we started coming back, we were originally planning on spending some of that money back, I think in 2020. We rolled it to 2021. And so I think we could, once we start, if we were going to build traffic calming, that will eat up the money pretty quickly. But I think we need to determine how to go about the process of determining what to put where and how and the cost of it.
Mm-hmm. So I think we probably need to do some of those things we talked in the study session where you're basically getting the data already, but there may be a better way to aggregate it to instead of doing it the old style way where you ask everybody within, was it like, like 100 yards of the potential traffic calming device, if they're on board with it, you just get a higher level of hit for that particular spot, right? So if 10 people tell you that there's a speeding issue at 8th and Alabama, I'm like, clearly there's something going on here. Let's maybe focus on this one instead of the one person who claims something out on 1200 road. So if we were to maybe improve the data collection of those traffic complaints, perhaps that could be the way to kind of recreate the old Traffic Safety Commission's way of soliciting projects. So I think by getting that printout of however many requests you get in a month, that could help. Having the conversation with GIS to see how we could better collect the data. I feel like we already kind of have the tools. We could just maybe use them more effectively instead of having to create a whole new method to solicit these projects. Like I actually didn't know about this tool. I'm kind of embarrassed to admit. So it's nice to know that it's out there already, and it just could maybe use some tweaks to kind of get the information that we need. And then in terms of the dollar amount, yeah, it's obviously it's impossible to say how much, right? Do you want to do 1% of the projects? Do you want to do all of them? But we need to build the list first, right? So that's kind of how the sidewalk program went. Like first figure out who are the priority neighborhoods, how much is it going to cost, and then we'll figure out the budget from there. So, I mean, I guess what I'm saying is I really like where this is going. Do we have any other ideas for how to?
I don't like where it's going.
Okay.
No, it feels like it's going back to where we were. And what we had was a long list of unfunded traffic calming projects. We had no involvement of neighborhood associations. And it concerns me that this is swinging the pendulum back too far. There isn't a bunch of money waiting around for us to do traffic calming. So the benefit of this approach is it actually engages an entire neighborhood. And we all know when you calm one street, there's spillover effects on the other streets. So the whole neighborhood really needs to be engaged. If you've been in a neighborhood where the old system created a change, I mean, generally you didn't know about it until after it was done. And having a temporary installation kind of brings everyone's attention to it if they didn't hear about it beforehand. So that's an effective strategy in this new approach. And asking the whole neighborhood, I mean, I don't know, I feel like this is the unattended by some, but the benefit of really this approach is there's an entire neighborhood that has been engaged in this for better or worse. And that builds a stronger neighborhood.
So I agree that it is good to get the whole neighborhood involved. Where I'm struggling with doing only the large neighborhood method is the equity issue. So a lot of neighborhoods don't have greatly organized neighborhood associations, if at all. And often those are the poor neighborhoods. So that creates a bit of an issue in that if the only way in is by your neighborhood association applying for this, if you live at 27th and Iowa, you're kind of screwed, right? And that's an area that probably needs some help. So, I mean, this is, I feel like, a compromise to not go all the way back, because we don't want to do just an isolated project that has unintended consequences, but do what Dave was saying is like, if you're seeing a lot of hits for a single street, maybe go out and, observe what's going on. Hypothesize, if we did divert traffic here, would it cause waves elsewhere and screw other things up? And if so, let's hold off. But if it's not, if it's isolated, add it on the list, right?
So we do have something that we didn't have before, and that's the transportation disadvantage map.
Mm-hmm.
So there's a way to probably introduce an equity dimension. And we haven't had a chance to talk about the process for neighborhoods to apply. I don't think it is fair that, it's only one way to get on the radar of the city to do the work.
Mm-hmm.
We need to think about, it worked to get us a pilot, but at the end of the day, it does seem like the neighborhoods that are most organized and ready to go are going to benefit from that. So another approach would be to say, here's parts of town we know are the most disadvantaged based on our map. And we can go back to even the old list of approved calming devices. I'm curious how many are inside that area. I'd rather have staff kind of put some consideration for what is the right area and how would you propose it be engaged? Because it doesn't have a neighborhood association, perhaps. And I'd be curious, like, what does that process look like? Is it just postcards and meetings? I mean, the city has a lot of techniques for going out and informing people, but something that's less driven by the one person on a street who talks to a few neighbors. I mean, that's how the old process worked. And then you ended up here, people mad because they didn't know about this. I mean, that's where I don't want to go back to that. But if we can figure out a proxy for neighborhood engagement at a scale that makes sense to the staff, I think that feels like a good second iteration of this, one that's not dependent on a neighborhood being organized. Because I agree. I think, not every neighborhood's organized. There needs to be a way to engage those residents outside of having that neighborhood organized. So
is there a concern that by focusing on only cohesive units, whether they be an organized neighbor association or not, that we're going to be missing those isolated projects that could potentially have a big impact, but otherwise won't get done until the neighborhood gets gotten to? And if we're only going to do one neighborhood at a time and it'll take 1 or 2 years, I mean, I'm going to be a grandfather before we get out to some of the.
I mean, some would have said you'd be a grandfather before those unfunded traffic calming projects would ever get done.
That's true. But if we can at least show the magnitude of what's at stake, then at least we can much more easily petition city commission to get more money. If we have no clue how much it costs, we're kind of at a loss, right? And we never look at it.
City commission's always struggling to have enough money to do everything they get petitioned to do.
Yeah.
I don't know that this one's gonna
I don't know.
suddenly become fundable.
I mean, we got the sidewalk mayor right now, right? So
Well, I guess what I would like to see is a way to propose something that isn't dependent on an organized neighborhood. And
I think that's
come back with something that says, hey, we've got data from, the concerns map. This is in the disadvantaged area that we identify with our equity tools, and present something that looks like a neighborhood. Maybe it's not defined by the current planning department's process, but from your perspective, it feels like the right size of a project. And then propose how you're going to engage them. Is it, because it's a different approach. You're not starting with a neighborhood group that already has a committee. I'd be eager to see something like that. I think having it just driven by a couple individuals doesn't feel quite right to me. It feels a little bit more like we're going back and things are going to be not very coherent.
I mean, that won't be the entire program. I don't think that's a.
No, I think it has to be probably a balance of these two, where neighborhoods can come together and initiate something, or staff can recognize, when there's an inequity, and they can say, we need to do something here, and here's our rationale, and let us consider that. So maybe it's not. Maybe it's this year we're going to finish out the neighborhood thing.
Right.
Next year it's going to be here. It's going to be a different process to engage, because it's not an organized committee already.
I guess I'm just still concerned that at the pace we're going, that no traffic calming will happen anywhere but the neighborhood currently in question. And that's tough to swallow.
It is.
I mean, I love the comprehensive approach, but I do like what's been put forward as kind of a mix, right? Of, you don't spend all your budget on just the big neighborhoods. You also spend on say there's one problematic street in a development, and if you just fix that street, they don't have any other cut throughs. You fix the neighborhood, which is awesome. Something that is a conclusion that otherwise may not have been reached for 25 years. So I don't know. I would still advocate for a mix.
I think that's what staff might propose.
Yeah.
Like, here's a neighborhood. We think there's this area that if we can improve it, it'll impact the whole neighborhood to their benefit. I mean, that to me, I'm not ruling it out. I just think it ought to be less dependent on the lone resident and more driven by staff's understanding of that part of town. And, in some ways they're kind of trying to represent the data they know.
If
And
we're driven by that data, would that be a more acceptable way instead of the old way when, one person would submit a petition, like look for a hotspot.
I mean, it is kind of like still a little bit of community driven process. I mean, if a neighborhood doesn't complain, then I guess staff don't know, but I assume you also have other information, that isn't necessarily dots on that map. So to me, it would be useful to put the first frame is it inside the area that we've already, kind of prioritized for transportation investments. And inside that space, it feels like a smaller scope. Is there anything in there that makes sense? That do you think you could improve on, the transportation network?
I mean, it seems like some sort of a prioritization scheme for, for those projects, those smaller projects. And it, like you said, it could be part of this, part of the transportation disadvantage. It might also be, crash data or, some other kinds of factors that weight those areas, and that staff kind of is able to look at that and say, this is a higher project on the whole list that'll have an impact, and not just a spot impact, but at least something that may be smaller than a whole neighborhood, but something that won't create problems the next street over, I guess. And staff was able to recognize those kinds of improvements, but just doing it like it was done before, I don't, I would like to not go back to that.
So it sounds like we kind of have maybe two competing visions here. Either keep only with holistic neighborhood approach, or do a hybrid of one neighborhood at a time and also small projects. I'm kind of curious, some of the quieter members of the commission, if y'all have any opinion one way or another, because eventually we're going to have to give some kind of unified recommendation to staff.
I have a question, because isn't that, I was under the impression that the Oriad neighborhood is a pilot. So if we come up with a solution that works for them, that could apply to other neighborhoods that have a similar configuration, right? They have the grid that they exist in. So they're going to solve some by going through this process. You're going to figure out, some of the other neighborhoods adjacent. We're trying to learn from this one neighborhood is what I thought that process was about. It's a pilot.
So
that could solve
I think
some areas.
The pilot would still, like the lessons learned are not immediately transferred into other neighborhoods. The neighborhood would still have to apply for that consideration. And then they would go through a similar process where they would develop a proposed, scheme, and then it would be installed temporarily. There would be data collection, community engagement, and then a decision to be made about the permanent installation, with the idea that there's, some budget that they would be working with. So that's, pilot more is around that process. And if the process works well, then the next year we would try another neighborhood, the next year another neighborhood. And what I think we're introducing is if using the neighborhood process needs to be tweaked, there's some other way to do this kind of larger scale, but maybe not too large, kind of area traffic calming.
In addition to the neighborhood process.
Or as part of it. Like if we can see there's a neighborhood that could benefit from traffic calming because of the data, the crash data, everything, we know that'd be a good investment. Maybe we do it proactively without waiting for the neighborhood to be organized. Kind of what I'm imagining is trying to get ahead of, like, we can see a problem, even if the neighborhood doesn't tell us that. I don't know if that's possible. Does it seem, I feel like you guys have all kinds of data and all kinds of opinions, and you're needing, trustworthy process to kind of put those things in a list of priorities. And like what Pat was saying, if there's data that you can imagine would come to bear on that, and we can help you define the scope, of making that list not suddenly balloon to 20 things, but there's a way to score it. You've done a great job with the, prioritization of the bike and ped projects. So it's like, is there another way to think about neighborhoods or smaller geographic areas of town where they can be kind of seen as projects? And then they get prioritized?
I don't know. I think some of it, to be honest, I think we need to see the Old West Lawrence project through and see what we end up putting in there.
Yeah, I think that's not a bad.
Because I think the cost of what they may want to do may just not be feasible. Haven't really dived into it yet, but so I think that may help. But yeah, we know where some of the problems are at, but it's the what you do and who gets the say and what the cost is. And I'm less worried about the cost. Like I say that, but we still need to think about it. So with Old West Lawrence said, we want to do something that's effective. We don't want to do something that's cheap and not effective. And so it really depends on the situation. But to be honest with you, when we get calls or complaints, it was like, well, we have this neighborhood traffic management program now, and they're like, well, we don't care about that neighborhood, or you're spending all the money on one neighborhood, and that's going on for a year, and there's other needs. And so that's, I think, the challenge. And it's expended so much of our resources to focus on the neighborhood that I think we should still do that. We don't want to go back to the old system, and we don't want to go back to a single request and evaluation. So, but if there's a couple of streets or a smaller subset of the neighborhood that wants traffic calming and we know there's a problem, I mean, we have the devices to go out and get the data quicker than we used to. And so that might be something that we do, just try to hit some hot spots, say, hey, this would alleviate the problem. And maybe it's not we don't have a scoring system. It'd be so difficult on how you would score it. Like the non-motorized, we could take a shot at it, I guess, but if it's hits it at equity, it gets some more points, or transportation disadvantaged area, maybe it rises higher. But I think speed and volume is important too, to have some of the data to say, well, these streets there's definitely a problem.
I think speed, volume, lack of sidewalks, I mean, those are things that make it feel less safe.
So in the interest of moving things along, just because it just hit 9 p.m. not too long ago, I feel like in the short term, we don't really have the data or the bandwidth to figure out a new prioritization program. I think that's where we're trying to head to at some point, right? At this point, it's selecting neighborhood is relying on volunteers and on people who are particularly vocal, which is not ideal in the long run. It should go to places that kind of really need it, whether they have the means to organize or not. And I think that's going to take some time. And I think until we figure out what that method is, we still need to keep this thing moving. So I think at least for the immediate future, it makes sense to me to kind of stay the course. We'll deal eventually with how to figure out which neighborhood gets the treatment and what smaller projects might come into play. But I think we first need to work on that. So we first need to figure out what kind of projects come in here, or rather what kind of complaints come in, because we don't really know at this rate. And if there's a better way to aggregate the data so that we can use that in this eventual index to try to figure out either individual projects that are good and isolated or entire neighborhoods that appear as hotspots. But I don't think we have that data yet. So I guess with the commission's interest and approval, would we be okay with kind of staying the course as is, but actively working towards trying to get a better, more organized approach, possibly with the study session coming up, or bringing in MPO or Faris Muhammad on this and just kind of see like, how can we do better? But I don't want to delay the projects while we get our index up.
Well, I mean, I think just the first bullet is where I'm mostly kind of concerned. Just saying individual streets can apply just feels too much like it feels too much like what we did before.
I agree. I don't think it should be that smaller geographic areas should be able to apply for the pilot program. I think there should be a way to figure it out, but it'll probably come from the data that we collect. I don't think it'll be by individuals who are particularly active, because that would probably skew in a certain direction that would probably not be equitable. So I agree that we do want to eventually deal with smaller geographic areas, but we're not there yet. And I don't think for the immediate future, we should keep that first bullet as it is. Does that sound reasonable to everybody else?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. I think the second bullet, awesome. Third bullet, to me, sounds pretty good. I think it's really good to have some kind of metric that you can work with, that you can point back to and say, yes, we actually agreed on the speed. I don't think it'll maybe stay that way forever. It's like the sidewalk program. It's going to evolve, right? So for now, I'm okay with it, and we'll kind of see where it takes us. That's what I'm thinking.
Well, I think also that third bullet kind of goes back to saying, you know, we know there are certain standards we used to use, and changing the program shouldn't have led to like streets suddenly getting traffic calming that didn't rise to that same level. So it's kind of like, you know, that wasn't a bad standard.
Yeah,
it just led to a long list of unfunded projects. So
yeah. Okay. Are we generally good on that, Dustin? That makes sense. Do I need more clarification? That the first bullet we don't necessarily want to stand at as is. We're going to keep working on it offline, but it won't necessarily be an explicit part of the NTMP at this rate.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense.
And sorry, there was one more thing that was odd.
at this point, I mean, if you're going to extend the engagement with Old West Lawrence, do you even expect to do any call for proposals? I mean, so this is really
done. Yeah, so we don't need approval on this tonight. We just wanted to keep momentum going, and we were trying to pad this into the budget, but we wanted to recognize that we needed to make some changes to this. So just wanted to start the conversation on it, but we can, I think the feedback we've heard is great. I think we're struggling with how to do this in an efficient way, but also do effective community engagement and be strategic. So those are our challenges, but so we don't have to make any final decisions tonight, obviously, but we can table this to a future study session or item where we can think about it a little and see how the Old West Lawrence pilot project evolves, but we definitely, before we go forward with another project, would want to have revised criteria adopted. So
I had one final technical quibble for under section 6, based on what Dave went over in the study session. I think it would probably be a good idea to add school area traffic control to the list of exceptions, since that's covered elsewhere. And you may want to take off traffic signals, because in a way, like yield signs and other signs are traffic calming. So we may not want to necessarily pigeonhole ourselves away from that just yet, but that's just a suggestion. It's not, feel free to use judgment on that one.
So earlier, you had mentioned the possibility of a committee. And are you still thinking about that, or?
I think we need to know more about the data and have a talk with GIS. And how I'm envisioning this is maybe a study session or a full agenda item with probably Jessica, who's been also responsible for a lot of those indices that we use to rate priority of like sidewalks and bike paths and stuff like that. I feel like she'd be a good person to bring into this discussion. So we can talk later if this is going to be an agenda item or a study session, but it's going to require a deeper conversation. And I don't know if we need a committee yet, but I think we'll see soon enough if that's an appropriate step. Are we all good? Is there anything else that that was a pretty good discussion, I think. Sorry, so long-winded stuff, but I certainly appreciate you sticking with us here. Cool. Well, in that case, shall we move on to agenda item number 3, 5-year plan for non-motorized projects? Sorry, Jake, to have you at the end here. This wasn't originally at the end. It was you or Old West Lawrence, so.
That is
Sorry.
quite all right. Little change of pace here. So good evening, everybody. I'm Jake Baldwin, Engineering Program Manager with Municipal Services and Operations. And I'm here tonight to present the 5-year plan for non-motorized projects. So the 5-year plan for non-motorized projects really is how we allocate the resources in the 5-year capital improvement plan for the city. Every year, this plan evolves, and really we bring it back to you each year for recommendation in the City Commission for approval. So really what that means is that a recommendation of approval of this plan dedicates just funding for the year 1 projects of the plan. So 2023 projects, when you look at that list, again, so all the outlying projects on that list, they may change. They're probably going to change. It happens every year for many various reasons, such as grant opportunities that arise, direction from the Multi-Modal Transportation Commission or the City Commission, and when we actually revise our policies like the non-motorized projects prioritization policy. So how do projects end up getting chosen and placed on the list there? That really goes back to the non-motorized project prioritization policy and the scores that generates. We try to do our best at using the top scoring projects and then plug them in given the budget that we've got from the City Commission. With that being said, let me jump back over here and we'll zoom into the plan itself. Getting there. All right, thanks, Kurt. On large scale, we break this project into two, or the plan into 2 lists, one for bicycle projects, one for pedestrian projects. The large idea there is to try to get some balance between the projects in each list. We can't always achieve that, recognizing that some projects are going to have larger scopes and scales than others. Also, we've got some shared use paths on here in the bicycle project list, which does have some benefit for pedestrians. So it's just something to kind of keep in mind. With that, I'll jump here into the bicycle list and zoom in a little bit closer so we can see that better. So the theme here on the bicycle project list is the 6th Street shared use path projects. This really is kind of a carryover from the previous 5-year plan. You can see there from 23 to 26, that's what dominates the project list. Way we've got to set up as we start really with the shared use path on the east side at Wisconsin and work our way to the west to Monterey Way. And then in the 2027 year project is actually the 13th Street Bicycle Boulevard. As you recall, this is kind of the companion project to the 21st Street Bike Boulevard that was constructed here 2.5-ish years ago. There are some funding constraints there, as well as some other issues there that prevented that one from being built at the time. But including this in the plan recognizes that it's still a highly prioritized project, and we've already put some effort and resources into that project. And as I move over to the pedestrian projects, I'm not going to go into all these in great big detail. The maps are included in the agenda item. The only thing I was really going to point to is our year 2024 projects. That's the Safe Routes to School project that we've applied for, the Transportation's Alternative Grant. So we're kind of assuming a grant award with that. Nothing's certain, of course, but we've had some good success in the past on that, and we wanted to make sure we got that into the program. And then zooming out, just going to touch on this last table here. That really is just the cash flow of the 5-year plan, showing how these projects and their estimated budgets work with the funding we've got. So, I think it's important to show that we've got a $76,000 balance through the life of the 5-year plan, indicating it's a workable plan. With that, I would just lastly reiterate again that, when we look at recommending approval of this plan, it really just dedicates the year 2023 year projects. We're going to evolve this plan next year, and it'll be a little bit different. So those outlying projects, being approved tonight, don't set them in stone by any means. And I think with that, I'll be happy to turn it back over to the commission for discussion and questions.
All right, thanks.
Thank you.
I think we could probably just run with public comment now and just see if anybody has any, because almost all these questions are going to be technical. So is there anybody online who has any public comment? I don't think there's anybody online, is there? All right, well, back to the commission. Does anybody have any questions, comments they wanted to open with?
I didn't have a chance to go back and look at our proposed plan a year ago. Are there any projects for 2023 that are on this plan that were not on there last year when we looked at this?
Yes, absolutely. I would say that the pedestrian project list really got scrambled, and that's because we just recently here within the last couple of months revised the non-motorized project prioritization policy. So that whole list got scrambled. And so most of these projects on here, you may or may have not seen before. I know the P15 there in 26, we've talked about in the past. It's still, kind of justifies being included on the list just a little bit further out.
I kind of a follow-up question on just general arrangement here. I'm probably getting my prioritization plans and CIPs confused. For some reason, I thought that the last time we looked at this, there was also a section now for sidewalks that had been sort of evolved from the sidewalk rehabilitation program, like sidewalk gaps to repair, and also intersections may have been here, or crosswalks at one point were a part of this, right?
Yes, so that'll be the next iteration of the non-motorized, the next set of revisions there will include the addition of a scoring and list for sidewalk replacements. Again, that is, like you said, pulled out of the sidewalk improvement program. They're the sidewalks that are too bad to do spot repairs on. That's the planning work's got to be done there before we can get a list produced.
Okay, that makes a lot more sense.
And I believe the crossings will be part of the work that we're having Trek consulting for as part of the offshoot of the discussion I think Dave had with the city commission here recently.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of crossings that we've identified a lot through the public outreach with the pedestrian plan, but we want to evaluate those and start plugging some of those projects. So there's a lot of potential crossing projects that could be added to the list.
Okay, yeah, because they still have to come up with kind of the thresholds and the criteria for actually selecting those, right? I think that was part of their scope, right?
Yeah, okay. For what treatment to use where.
Okay, that makes sense now. Thanks for setting me straight here. Oh, and then safe routes to school. How does that factor in? Some of these projects are safe routes to school, or is that a totally separate pot of funding? I always forget this.
No, so yeah, the safe routes to school plan feeds into the non-motorized project prioritization policy.
Okay.
So yeah, when you look at that project list, some may or may not be safe routes to school. I don't know if I showed that column in the project list like I've done in the past.
No, that makes sense. Okay, I got it. Was the loop project from Peterson Park East already covered under the last year's budget?
From Peterson Park East, the one that's currently being constructed?
Yeah, that's already covered, right?
Yes.
Okay, just making sure. I don't live in that area anymore, so I haven't followed it very well. Okay. Does anybody else have any other questions, concerns, comments?
Just trying to remember when the funding for the sales tax sunsets. Is it 29?
Either the end of 28 or 29. Maybe it's March of 29.
Okay.
Yeah.
We're getting close to the end of having this dedicated funding. I mean, in my mind, and it's 5 years.
Yeah.
But like we're going to start to see the 5 years is not a locked in thing, 5 years from now. So some of these decisions are going to feel more consequential
once we get done,
because we're making these choices and that list of unfunded is going to stay unfunded if there's not a dedicated source of funds.
Although the good thing is a lot of these can jump to a different pot of funding. So, I mean, with the application and subsequent awarding, hopefully, of transportation alternative grants, we can defray a lot of the costs and get more on the list. And then there's the whole CIP thing where they're a part of a different project entirely that's on, a more car-oriented street project that's going to have pedestrian and bike inclusion. So, for example, East 9th Street, or is that East 9th Street, right? So from Iowa to Arkansas and beyond, I think, Dave, you were saying that it's scheduled for reconstruction in a few years anyway.
Mhm.
So it makes sense to include bike and ped projects with that instead. Right?
Yeah, I think we're going to do maintenance, not reconstruction.
Okay. That's
But-
fine. But it offers the opportunity to do it as part of that project instead of have it as a dedicated thing here, which is
Mhm.
any of those synergies we can get, that's good. So,
Yep.
so I personally don't have any issues with what I see. I feel like it looks pretty good. I'm glad it incorporates all the, I guess, feedback and revisions that we've had staff do. So unless anybody has any questions or comments, I'm ready for a motion.
I just have a quick question about the next phase of the loop. Is that included here somewhere?
No, we don't have any loop projects in the 5-year plan. So, I mean, big picture, Parks and Rec, a lot of times programs those as capital improvement projects. So that's, really the next phase they're getting ready to build will be from Michigan Street to Sandra Shaw Park. And that's a capital improvement plan
Okay.
project.
Okay. Yeah. It seemed like I'd seen those on here in the past, but
So yeah, we do still have a few more gaps out there. They're in, in the rural sector, not even in the city limits yet. So that's kind of a longer time frame on, getting those built when they get developed or when we can get easements dedicated. That's really what holds those up.
okay. So you would like a motion, Nick?
Yep.
I'd like to, this is Commissioner Collette. I'd like to make a motion to approve the 5-year plan for the 2023, 2027 5-year plan for non-motorized projects.
This is Commissioner Bryan. I second it.
Okay. Any further discussion before we go for a roll call? Sounds good. Christina, will you please call roll?
Damon Baltuska,
Yes.
Laura Bennett,
Yes.
Will Sharp,
Yes.
Aaron Payton,
Yes.
Pat Collette,
Yes.
Charlie Bryant,
Yes.
Nick Kuspiak,
Yes.
Douglas Redding,
Yes.
Pia Schnackes absent. Motion carries 8-0.
Thanks very much, everybody. And thank you, Jake, for staying so late for a 5-minute item. Now we're efficient, right? Hey, all right, let's go on to item number 4. Consider appointing an MMTC representative to the steering committee for the Land Development Code update. So I can kind of give a quick background on this one because this was sort of collaborative commission and staff driven. So I think originally all right, so for anybody who's not familiar with this, the city has had a land development code for about 100 years. It gets updated about once a generation or so. The city has recently retained a consultant to shepherd the revisions and possible rewrite of said land development code. So things like zoning and maybe building regulations, stuff like that. When the consultant was selected and during the RFP process, it was pointed out that a steering committee of various citizens and other technical representatives were going to be involved in helping to kind of be almost like their own citizen sounding board for the consultant who was going to be doing the rewrite. When that came to actually come up for city commission decision, it was kind of snuck in as a consent agenda item for not just the steering committee, but approval of the consultant in general, which is not that unusual. I mean, approving an expense in a contract usually comes under the consent agenda, but there was like a whole presentation about, who the steering committee could include, what might be in their scope, what kind of board representation could be on it. So that was going to just kind of be swept under the rug. And we were able to kind of see that beforehand and note that there was no transportation representation on the committee at all, which is concerning because we've had some success with reaching out to planning commission and trying to build a relationship across that nexus of transportation and land use, which is actually spelled out in Plan 2040, our comprehensive plan. So it seemed like a major oversight that there wasn't an MMTC rep or anybody from transportation on the plan steering committee. So through discussion, the city commission kind of retooled the steering committee significantly because MMTC was not the only one to comment on it. So it's changed a little bit from the original makeup that staff had recommended, but there is now a spot for a representative from MMTC to bring that transportation aspect into it. So now we basically have to decide who's going to be. So The committee is going to start meeting sometime in, I want to say late June, probably, and it is June all of a sudden. So that's sort of the plan. It's going to be a 14-member steering committee, like it says in the agenda item. So it's going to last about 18 months. That sounds about right. It's these planning related items take a long time and a lot of citizen input and engagement. So yeah, it's going to be a long-term commitment, but it may not be a whole lot of meetings, maybe 4 or 5, I don't know. So it's a little bit of a black box right now, but basically we need to approve a representative. So I'll turn it over to the commission. Any thoughts or ideas?
Well, Nick, I think you've done a good job representing us. So my recommendation would be, if you're available, that you would be our representative on that steering committee.
I fully agree.
All right. Well, I appreciate that. Are there any other strong desires to be on it before I just kind of steamroll everything here? Because I'm the chair, but there are 9 of us, 8 here, but you know. All right.
I move we appoint Nick Kuzmiak as the MMTC representative to the steering committee for the land development code update. This is Commissioner Bryan.
Commissioner Payton, I second.
Sorry, I realized, is there any public comment? We got all the way to a resolution without doing public comment. Hold up, sorry. Is there anybody on the phone or Zoom who would wish to make a comment on this agenda item?
I believe Michael Allman is planning on speaking on the next item, and he did not raise his hand for this one.
Okay. All right. Is it okay if the original motion stands, or do we have to do this again?
No, it's fine.
I think it stands.
If there's no other comments, we can take the vote.
Yeah, was it Aaron Reese second? Okay.
Yes, she can.
Okay.
Damon Baltuska,
Yes.
Laura Bennett. Laura,
Yeah. It's getting late.
Will Sharp,
Yes.
Aaron Payton,
Yes.
Pat Collette,
Yes.
Charlie Bryant,
Yes.
Nick Kuzmiak,
Yes.
Douglas Redding,
Yes.
Theo Schnepke is absent. Motion carries 8-0.
All right. Thank you, everybody, for your vote of confidence. I'll try to do MMTC prep. That brings us to the end of our regular agenda item. Do we need to take a break real quick, or shall we launch into staff items next? Okay, either way.
We're ready.
Let's launch in.
Press on. This might be a longer staff item than normal. We'll see how it goes. Do you want to take it away?
Sure. This is Jake Baldwin, Engineering Program Manager. We're providing an update on the raised crossing at Haskell Lane and 29th Street as part of the recently completed Lawrence Loop project. Prior to field check, staff brought a recommendation to Multi-modal Transportation Commission to install some delineators to restrict turning movements there on Haskell Lane and 29th Street at the intersection there, recognizing that there's a existing problem with cut through traffic, and the issue I think had been even discussed back before then. However, that meeting there's a recommendation to install a raised crossing at this location there on the loop, and that made it through design approvals and got constructed. And I think there's still some concerns there that it's not having completely the desired effect of reducing that cut through traffic or not, but that's really where we're at. The project's been completed. The crossing was constructed to the design plans.
Okay. I think I'd like to launch into public comment immediately on this one. We don't usually do public comment on staff or commission items, but since Michael's done quite a bit of like historian style research into this, Michael, if you're ready.
Can I ask a question real quick?
Yes, let's do that first.
I just wanted to get clear. So staff presented the idea of pavement markings and delineators. And is that no longer staff opinion that would be useful to help with this intersection?
I think it'd probably depend what the goal is, and we'd probably want some more internal discussions on that.
to increase the safety of the crossing, I think would be the goal.
I think obviously if we restricted turning movements there, it would increase safety of the crossing.
I guess I'm unclear, like the comment, the last sentence, staff does not recommend changes to the raised crosswalk. Get that, but is there any, are you recommending no change to the intersection?
Not at this time.
So did it achieve the goal of increasing the safety of the crossing?
Yeah, I believe it did. It's definitely an improvement from the existing condition.
All right, thank you.
Any other comments before we go to public comment? Okay, Michael, you're up if you're ready. And we're going to try to stick to 3 minutes as much as we can, mostly because it's 9:30.
Hi, good evening. This is Michael Allman, Sustainability Action Network. Thank you, Chair Kuzmiak. I wasn't really sure if I was going to make public comment tonight because we submitted quite a bit of information in the written comments. And I'm curious how the commission wants to proceed on this based on last month, your request of staff to provide you with lots of information to review what went wrong and what could be done to fix it. I pretty much said a number of times, you know, what I think could fix it. Essentially, the 2016 original goal was addressing the KDOT poor design, which staff recognized that allows some 82% of cut-through traffic on Haskell Lane, which is a local street. And they just seem to throw their hands up in the air and say, oh, well. If the traffic control, whatever done there, is effective, it will be by reducing the volume of traffic and the speed of traffic, neither of which the raised crossing does. Typical speed bumps are effective, like the ones just discussed in Old West Lawrence. I mean, the temporary ones slow traffic to about between 15 and 20 miles an hour. If this raised crossing did that, everybody'd be happy, except maybe some motor vehicle drivers, but that's the point. You're supposed to make it inconvenient enough for them so that they get deterred and don't take the shortcut. By reducing that volume of people that don't take the shortcut, you achieve a higher level of safety for the Lawrence Loop bicycle and pedestrian users. So really, it's just a matter right now of what is the objective. We don't have to hash out. I mean, last week you wanted to know why things went wrong. Staff didn't seem to think anything went wrong, and they're kind of saying the same thing tonight. But obviously, it's not slowing traffic. It's not cutting the cut-through traffic, and that's not safer. So that's all I need to say, really. I mean, I'd like to hear what the commissioners would want staff to do at this point. And I really appreciate your interest and focus, because it's been, what, 6 years? And we spent $17,000 to $20,000, and really we got nothing for that. But nothing changed. So thank you very much.
Thanks. All right. I would like to first turn it over to staff to kind of address concerns that speeds or volumes haven't been reduced. Is there data to say one way or another that speeds and volumes have been reduced post-construction?
No, we don't have any data yet to show that speed or volumes have been reduced. You know, we have a stop control if you're going north. If you're going southbound, I believe you do have to slow down a little bit to make that turn and to get over the raised crossing. Probably not what's desirable or what the community wants, but there is an added benefit there. But I'd say it's subjective at this point.
Okay. Yeah, I guess until we have hard data showing what speeds are going over the speed hump, it's kind of kind of he said, she said of this, right? So, okay. So I guess I can understand why the design was changed the way it was to match up with the concrete seams and all that to make it work. I guess I'm surprised that there was a variance from city standard. I guess that wasn't brought to our attention after, especially if there's a potential for that change to alter the stated outcome of the project, which we deferred from the original staff recommendation of, I think it was a concrete diverter with bollards on top of it, to try to compromise with the business community who still wanted access and make it easy for their trucks. And we said, okay, let's make it so that everybody can still access, but we're going to slow it down. So basically MMTC, as far as I could tell, tried to make a good faith effort to still meet the objective of making it safer and slowing traffic and possibly diverting traffic. But that was with the expectation that that objective was going to be met by the design. And since it's hard to necessarily prove one way or another that it has met the objective in slowing cars or diverting cars, kind of sounds like the job's not done yet. I mean, as an engineer myself, if the product we put in place didn't fully work, we would definitely be chasing down the product vendors to make sure that it did work, or the client wouldn't be particularly happy. So that's kind of where I'm coming from. I don't think that it makes sense to try to tear this thing up and redo it, because there probably was a very good reason why it had to match the concrete seams. But I do think that we still owe it to the public and the taxpayer dollars that went into this to make sure the project meets its stated goals, or at least prove that it did. I mean, if all it takes is data collection, so be it. But if that data collection proves that it didn't work, then we might need to address that. So anyway, anybody else?
But I guess, I in the absence of data, it's hard to say one way or another. But, I think, from my experience with the intersection, it doesn't feel safer, and so, it seems like cars still are kind of crashing that stop sign, which they're not supposed to do, but they do. And they also manage to make that curve coming around pretty fast. And so, I think, having the speed data and the traffic counts to see what's going on there would be one step to figure out whether it is actually meeting the stated objectives. But, from perception, safety perception, it seems not to be the case.
I'm just going back to the original staff proposal and wondering if we could bring that back for consideration. It does have 10 delineators shown on the diagram, which would fully prevent any left turns. I don't know that we need to fully prevent any left turns, but if 6 of those delineators are put in place, I mean, I'm not an engineer, so I'm just looking at this going, something in addition to what we've done seems necessary to achieve the goal that we had. So if it's just enough that it says, I can't do this very easily, but I can still make this turn, then maybe that'll help. And then it could still be possible, if it doesn't change anything, to finish them out and put in the other 4. I don't know. It feels a little bit like, honestly, like you guys are just resisting this, and I'm not sure why. And if it's just that the data hasn't been presented and it will show us conclusively that the justification you had a few years ago no longer exists, then yeah, bring us the data, I guess. Right now, it doesn't feel like that's even been, that you're even interested in trying to do that. So I'm confused by that. And just looking back on this, it seems like it wouldn't be very expensive to add in. I can't imagine this would cost a lot to put in delineators. So even if we said temporary delineators and see what happens, in terms of thinking about our conversation we just had on smaller scale. I mean, this isn't really a neighborhood, but I guess in some ways it is. It's a business neighborhood. is there something we can do besides just ignore that the issue hasn't been resolved?
Well, we would need to get we need to go through an engagement process with the businesses there if we made any restrictions with putting delineators in. That's why we had proposed that idea originally. I would tell you we didn't do speed counts before. It was just traffic volumes. So if you're interested in knowing the traffic volumes and that's a priority, if you think that's what we should be doing, we can go out and get that. We could get speed counts at the raised crosswalk. If you want to see what those numbers are.
I do believe that would be helpful. I mean, I say that without knowing what the cost of it is. So
it's staff time.
I feel like it would be worth it at this point, just because it's part of a showcase, around the city track. And it would be good to make sure that at least all the new construction that we do in service of this track is good, like that it conforms to our goals and everything, because it's probably not going to get redone again for a long time. So I don't know if we really need to get more feedback from Zaremba and the other guy, given that there's already a public record of that happening, unless the ownership has changed or their concerns have changed or the traffic has changed. I can't imagine they'd say any different. They probably still don't like the delineators. But if that's the only option to quell traffic.
I mean, for us just to go out and put them in, we're going to need to inform them, and we're going to get some pushback on that. And they're going to point to the discussions we had and the decision we made earlier. So that's what we need to be prepared for. And so that's,
could we possibly just make it an agenda item, make it clear to the people who participated in the past that this is going to come up again, and then just listen to public comment and have a conversation with them at the time? It's really only two guys, right? I mean, I guess there's a couple of other owners, but those are by far the most vocal, at least according to our conversation 2 years ago. Don't remember the other guy's name. But obviously, before we chase this down, it would be good to have the data, because if it turns out that is fine, there's no need to proceed any further, I think. So,
Well, I think the volume data, I mean, since you do have, before data on volume, having that volume counts now would be very helpful, I think. It would have been nice to have both speed and volume, but we don't have that. But definitely having volume and speed at this point to see if people are violating expectation of what would be happening at that intersection.
I mean, if it's true that somebody's going 35 miles an hour crosswalk, that is a concern. But at this point, it's anecdotal, so there's not much we can really do about it with that information.
Yeah.
So
I'm also confused, like in the memo that you presented tonight, it says that it was all done according to standards. Is that, where am I at here? I guess I'm hearing, Nick, I'm hearing you say that it wasn't done according to standards.
I would defer to staff on that judgment.
So I guess I'm not clear about that. The field check plan notes say that everything was supposed to be done to city standards. So does what was actually done, did it meet city standards or?
This is Jake Baldwin, engineering program manager. So the standard detail for a raised crossing only works in a perfectly flat world. As soon as you have any grade on the road, you cannot build it according to city standards. So really what that means is you got to have a little bit of leeway to make that work to fit the existing condition. That existing standard calls for a flat top where the cross slope of any trail has got to have some grade on it to drain, right? So we carry that cross slope through the intersection. We also have I want to say it's like 1.5% on Haskell Lane through that intersection. So that's going to affect the lengths of your transitions. You've got to consider the condition of the existing pavement that you're going to match into, as well as where the existing pavement joints are in the concrete, because the last thing you want to do is have a joint a foot next to the next joint because you're just setting yourself up for failure there.
How frequently are concrete joints spaced in a road like this? Like every 10 feet, every 30 feet? I just have no idea.
I don't know off the top of my head. I'm sorry.
That's all right. I guess I just wonder if it couldn't be within a foot of this rather inconveniently placed joint, would there have been an option to, instead of have a 20-foot like ramp, to have maybe a 6-foot ramp instead, and then just have a slightly higher approach angle for any trucks that were coming in? Like, was there an option to go the other way, I guess?
I don't recall. I'd have to go back and look at the
At
situation.
this point, that probably doesn't matter.
Yeah.
It's not.
And
It'd be good to know for the future, though, if this is going to
Yeah.
happen again, though.
Yeah, right.
This won't be the
Because,
last race cross.
I mean, helping to look for us to look at field check plans and make sure that we're making a recommendation that.
And if you want to make the comparison between, what the standard detail would look like and what was designed and built, you're talking tenths of a difference here. I mean, the angles and the percentages really don't get drastically different.
In our standard, the raised crosswalk is 4 inches. And this one is a little higher, right? 4 inches.
That's the way it appears from the profile.
So it varies a little, but yeah, so it's not identical to the standard, but I don't know if anyone we built is identical.
But from your perspective, it does comply with city standards.
Yes, I would say so.
So then I think what we're left with is we thought it would do the trick, but it hasn't.
Yeah.
So we have a raised crosswalk. We still have a
How
problem.
about we get some speeds on there and we'll show you the speeds and you tell us if that meets the expectations or not.
So just based on a very back of the envelope calculation here, it looks like the difference between the slope that you're getting downhill from a 6-foot approach versus a 20-foot approach is a factor of almost 3. So it's a 3 times less steep slope being 20 feet of approach versus 6. And again, you'd actually need like analysis to figure out that exact difference, but that seems pretty significant if it's 3 times, which is probably why there are reports of cars going rather quickly over it. So anyway.
Northbound?
No, on the southbound section, which it seems that's where the 20-foot cars going. Well, I guess they'd be going both ways over it, right? I mean, so if you're going over it and you got this long, low ramp, then you can go kind of as fast as it'll allow you. But if you have a much steeper drop off, you're definitely going to feel that as you go down the other side.
Well, and then to your analysis, the slope is dropping away on that southbound side. So really that 20% is an extension of the existing slope to match into existing.
So that's probably why it's maybe not as big of a difference in reality, like you were saying, because there's existing slope. Okay. So it's possible that maybe this plan was never going to work, right? I guess at this point, the past is past and we need to figure out what to do to make it good and to first figure out if it's actually bad or not. So yeah, I'd vote. If we could make a motion or something, a recommendation to try to get some kind of speed or volume data or both if possible. Is any other discussion, disagreement? All right.
Do we need a motion or are you guys able to do that?
Okay.
All right.
Yeah.
I would motion that MMTC advise staff to collect volume and speed data at the intersection of Haskell Lane and 29th Street over the recently constructed Lawrence crosswalk to be able to compare with any pre-construction data that we have.
It's Commissioner Bryan, I'll second the motion.
Okay, sorry, Commissioner Kuzmiak was the first.
And Damon Baltuska,
Yes.
Laura Bennett,
Yes.
Will Sharp,
Yes.
Aaron Payton,
Yes.
Pat Collette,
Yes.
Charlie Bryant,
Yes.
Nick Kuzmiak,
Yes.
Douglas Redding,
Yes.
Althea Schneck is absent. Motion carries 8-0.
We're good to go into the next staff item, T2050 update.
Yes.
All right.
We just have had the kickoff meeting, but not subsequent meeting, but there is a survey out right now that there's a page for Transportation 2050 on the MPO page, and it's just lawrencekansas.org/MPO/T2050, and there's a link in the agenda for that page. There is a survey that's out there currently, that there's a 2-week deadline for completion of that. So far, about 400, they've received about 400 responses. 500 of those were registered. 50 of those were registered, about 350 not. So you can see the responses on the registered, but not the unregistered. So it's, you're just getting responses on about 50. Publicly, you can see that. I'm sure that there's additional information that would be available. I think the timeline basically is for the going through the summer is the public engagement, stakeholder interviews, and then drafting the existing conditions and draft goals and priorities by the end of the summer. And I don't know, I haven't heard from Jessica whether that schedule is still on target. I don't know. Do you know, Dave?
I don't.
Yeah, I haven't heard that that's changed. It seems like everything else seems to be moving along about how it was planned. But there is some good information on that page, and also, just encourage you to send out through your contacts, reminders for people to fill out that survey if they haven't done that already.
That's a good reminder. I have not taken the survey, and that's kind of embarrassing. So gotta get
It's
it.
pretty short, so it's easy enough to take. And you've got 2 more weeks, so.
Any other comments on that? All right, let's go to commission items. Does anybody have an item from the commission? All right. Let's move on to calendar.
We've covered a lot.
Yeah, we covered a lot. All right. So for July, we don't really have anything right now. So
It's a blank slate.
yeah.
I think, we had the public comment on the scooters,
Mhm.
shared scooters. And I think we need to revisit that at some point. Might be a good discussion in July to recap the process we went through, the things we looked at. It's been over 2 years. And if we feel we should proceed with relooking at doing what we called at the time, a pilot for scooters, but so that's one thing that I would throw out there for July. The other is the city's city commission come here in June. We are presenting the 5-year CIP. So it might be good to just as FYI for you to see what has been proposed in the CIP, what projects are in there. From time to time, there's questions about projects that are in the CIP or why they are. So it might be good timing to do that. So those are 2 things that I'd put on there for July. And those are I don't have anything else that I can fully commit that will be on there in July from our list, but we'll work with you, the chair and vice chair, to see if there's anything else that comes up that we could be prepared to put on there.
Yeah, that sounds good. I think that's not to overload it while there's stuff kind of churning in the meantime. So unless anybody had any other burning topics that they wanted for a study session. I think we could make the scooter thing an agenda item, because we could perhaps, based on the information that we have so far, either recommend reapproval of giving Bert the contract or not. So that seems like an appropriate agenda item. The CIP, I don't really know how to work that one, and I don't know if that's a study session or agenda or what. So we'll have to think about that. But otherwise, yeah, that sounds good to me to have it kind of lightly loaded for now, especially after this meeting.
And it will be on Wednesday next month, July 6th. So
I'm not going to be here that night, so.
Send public comment, I guess. So we can fit you in. All right, well, if there's, do we need to go over the work plan or that's just for a reference guide, right? Okay. In that case, if there's no other comment, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
Seconded.
Oh, I still need to entertain the first one.
Oh.
I need to be entertained. Who will first it? All right, I, Nick Hughes, make a motion that we adjourn the MMTC meeting.
Doug, I was giving you a shot there.
I know, I just.
Commissioner Baltuska, I'll second that.
Sounds good. Let's forget, do we need roll call or I'll just say yes?
Just all in favor.
All in favor?
Aye.
Good. Thank you, everybody. It was a long meeting, but I feel like we got a lot done, so. It was. All right.